Sky is falling down, dark days are here. Machinations will halt in a world of fear. But you and me are true, I know just what to do. Walk with me, it's time we fly. Escape Armageddon tonight. When your lips meet my lips in this apocalypse, I know I've made it through. When your hand meets my hand in this cold predicament, I know I've made it through. Sun is folding up, the light has gone out. The 1% took it to the detriment of all. But you and me are here with a million things to see. Get out that bedroom, open your eyes, turn the PC off tonight. We weren't in the street while the wealthy sowed their greed. When your lips meet my lips in this apocalypse, I know I've made it through. When your hand meets my hand in this corporate demand, I know I've made it through. When your lips meet my lips in this apocalypse, I know I've made it through. Can't believe I'm back, can't believe it's this. The old God stepping in to a world of flames. Everything is tight for shareholder might. It's time to stop and think what the point really is. But how about you? They laughed in your face, they spoke about your power, but refused to set your place. I'll take your hand and lead you through the dust. Yesterday's cast-offs are today's number ones. Today's number ones. Don't gaslight me with lies, but don't string hopes up to die. Living in the real world is the greatest prize. If you hear just one thing, let it be this: there's an enormous world outside, so don't wait to take it in. spoke about your power, but refused to set your place. I'll take your hand and lead you through the dust. Yesterday's cast-offs are today's number ones. Today's number ones. And toiling and hustling, and it seems a dead end. But on the eve of this apocalypse, I'm plowing ahead. But how about you? They laughed in your face. They spoke about your power, but refused to set your place. I'll take your hand and lead you through the dusk. Yesterday's cast-offs are today's number ones. Today's number ones. Well, 7 a.m., tinsel on the tree, tearing off wrapping paper from your new gaming PC. You got AMD Ryzen, you got DDR5, you got a gold-rated power supply, and a fast SSD. You got Steam and Epic and Fit Girl repacks. You've got DaVinci and Photoshop with half-dodgy cracks. Don't forget, son, who put this on your plate. Me in the factory, your mom in the base. Merry Christmas, boy, may this box bring you joy. I love you, son, on this white Christmas day. I see the twinkle in your eye on that first boot. The colors light up to amaze and delight. On Battlefield 6 you're getting on, but at 200 hertz you couldn't care less. The graphics are high and the RT is bright. Who cares if an 8-year-old beats you at Fortnite? Don't forget, son, who put this on your plate. Me in the factory, your mom in the base. Merry Christmas, boy, may this box bring you joy. Son, on this white Christmas day. Christmas gaming under the tree. I remember when that was me, with my Xbox 360. Nothing could tear me from Modern Warfare 2 with my 3KD. Don't forget, son, who put this on your plate. Me in the factory, your mom in the base. Merry Christmas, boy, may this box bring you joy. I love you, son, on this white Christmas day. I wish you love and happiness this cool Christmas day. nothing in the field. Touch grass, feel it on your skin. It's time to leave that basement, that dungeon of sin. Touch grass, unplug from the rush. Let it heal you, you're online too much. Stop this tape and take it out. Iron your shirt, make your bed. Time to start again. Move the body, move the mind. Make a plan to turn around, see you the other side. Touch grass, feel it on your skin. It's time to leave that basement, that dungeon of sin. Touch grass, unplug from the rush. Let it heal you, you're online too much. Unplug from the rush. Let it heal you, you're online too When the drivers are gone, Black Ops 11 wouldn't run. You think, what have I done to trust Lisa with my funds? But they turned it around after Steve chewed them out. And now game support is here to stay, but for how long? Advanced marketing disaster. Advanced marketing disaster. Such a shame how far you fall when we see what you offer. The greed got you too, so what am I to do? The devil involved. Oh, the devil you know. When G-Force gave us scraps, you gave us everything. Double the memory for no more money, but it's not all rosy Lee. Because I remember driver pain, that dreaded black screen on my 5700. Advanced marketing disaster. Advanced marketing disaster. Such a shame how far you fall when we see what you offer. The greed got you too, so what am I to do? The devil involved. Oh, the devil you know. You know. Do I take the green, the red, or blue? Or sack it all and do something new? The games are full of sweats with loot boxes everywhere, but there's something pulling me Advanced marketing disaster. Advanced marketing disaster. Such a shame how far you fall when we see what you offer. The greed got you too, so what am I to do? The devil or the devil you know. You know. Or the devil you know. It costs too much. It costs too much. I gave it all, but it costs too much. Every day I'm a slave to corporate men on higher pay. Just wanna sit and game after another hard day. But GPU ballooned in price, CPU are hard to find, motherboards aren't coming down, and PSU are gambles now. My paycheck can't stretch no more, the government took it all, so I'll just sit and churn. I've been priced out of fun. My GTX is running dry, Battlefield can say goodbye. What happened to the common people? Why have we been left behind? It hardly seems fair. I work all day, still stuck here. The last cent in my pay packet is buying Jensen's 13th jacket. GPU ballooned in price, CPU are hard to find, motherboards aren't coming down, and PSU are gambles now. My paycheck can't stretch no more, the government took it all, so I'll just sit and churn. I've been priced out of fun. I'll just sit and churn. I've been priced out of fun. I've been priced out of fun. Priced out of fun. Every night's the same. I lay in bed, seeing your face, reach out to touch your hair, but it's just empty space there. Every day is the same, can't find the end point of my veins. Tapping on my phone, pretend I'm not alone. What's uncertain is vice. What's good has its price. What's up will come down. What's green will turn brown. But there's you shining away. The turmoil and the terror, the love and embrace the light will fade again on this sad
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I just need to turn this off. There we go. Fabulous. How is everybody doing on this fine Saturday morning? It is really nice. It looks really nice outside today. Perfect weather. Yeah, sorry guys, it took me ages because, well, one, I had a DPD parcel just arrive and I was getting all the parts ready next door. So yeah. I'm also trying to increase the bitrate of the stream as well. So here are the sticks that the lucky recipient will receive later. They are DDR5 6000 sticks. So it's only 16 gigs, but it'll be enough to get you by, get you through the RAM apocalypse. And of course, it's absolutely free. You don't need to donate. You don't need to buy anything from me. Just by being in the chat, you will earn points. And as you can see in the pinned comment, you can check how many points you've got. Obviously, I don't think it's going to tell you how many other people have got, but that's how it goes. We've got somebody get a new PC test. Awesome, awesome. So this kit is DDR5 6000C36. So it's like a decent-ish kit. What I will say is, if you put this in a cheap motherboard, it won't run at 6000. Right? It's not like Corsair Vengeance where it's like validated for every single motherboard. So you might have to run it at JDEC, or you might have to manually tune it. Like I got a bundle with a A620, and I don't ever recommend people get A620s, mainly for this reason, but I had to manually tune it myself, and the fastest I could get it was 5200 C38. But if you've got a half-decent motherboard, like a B650 Eagle, or like a Gaming Plus Wi-Fi or something, you'll probably be able to run this at 6000, no problem. So there you go. The giveaway is not landlocked to UK. It's global. It is global. Anywhere. I think I probably can't send to like North Korea or Russia, but I say effectively it's global. So yeah, South Africa, South America, it's all on the table. It's all on the table. All right. So, well, maybe we just start the stream by seeing what's in this box, because I just got this. This is the parcel that delayed me from starting the stream. So yeah, I think there's lots of guys talking about the free Hogwarts Legacy. Yeah, it's on Epic Games Store. If you just log in, and it should be somewhere on the homepage. Yeah, even if you guys don't have a PC yet, just go and log into an account, claim it, and then when you get your PC, then you just download it. You can do that with all kinds of free games. Oh, my text has got, so that 1030 should say PC bills. Oh well. Ugh. Please, well, Ozzy, you are actually joint first with Jaker at the moment, but that doesn't mean you definitely going to win. So it's a raffle-based system. So you just get more tickets. Right, what have we got? Oh no, guys, I forgot about this. So I said to somebody, the cheapest I can get you, 64 gigs of RAM, is £530, and he said, yeah, fine. How crazy is that? Ozzy, we're going to announce the winner around 12 o'clock after the second build is complete, around 12 o'clock. Because I want people to get in the chat, have a chance to earn themselves some channel points so that everyone gets an opportunity to win. Crazy money, man. I've got quite a decent supply of 32 gig, but damn, like the 64 gig kits are absolutely killer. Absolutely killer. And overclockers, they also give you Haribo, which I can't eat because they've got gelatin in them. But a nice gesture. So maybe we do a Haribo giveaway, global, as well. That's second place prize. Okay. So if anyone's new, obviously we've got a RAM sticks that we're giving away later, but it's not just going to be a sort of giveaway bait stream. We are actually going to do some PC building. So first build I think we'll do is, I've got one that's half built already with the Gamdius M4M. So it's that case that all the YouTubers are shilling, but I actually bought it with my own money. I bought two of them actually because they're only 50 quid. So we'll finish that up. That will probably take us about 45 minutes and then we'll get on with it. And then I'll adjust this front cam. Who likes the jumper? It's actually really tight. I've made a lot of gains this year. And outside is gorgeous today. It's like perfect. Oh, look at that. That's not good, is it? It's like a duvet that I've got drying outside. But it's like a really nice sort of sunny. That looks really dystopian. That looks like Soviet. It looks a lot better in real life. So we've got the Gamdius M4M case coming up first. That will be, yeah, that'll be a quick one. It's about 50 quid for the case. Seems pretty nice. It's like a Fantex XT M3 kind of thing. Now, before we actually crack on with that, guys, if anybody is looking for a PC, mainly, I know you guys build your own, so mainly this is if you've got that friend that needs a PC. If you're in the UK, we've still got a few available at PC36, so let me see if I can work out a window capture. No, not a display capture. Window capture, Chrome, and then that. And then hopefully that'll work. That's Streamlabs dashboard. We don't want that. There we go. Okay. So we've got a few available. Obviously, I don't expect you guys to buy them. You already build your own. But if you've got friends, we've got a few that can still be delivered in time for Christmas if they're ordered by Sunday night. So we'll have a very quick look at them, and then we'll get straight on to the stream content. So hopefully when I switch tabs, it will switch on here. Perfect, yeah. So just put together a few. We've got a few AM4 platforms with modern GPUs just to try and keep the price down a little bit. That nice little compact one here. Little sort of dual chamber thing. I'm not going to go over them in great detail because I know you guys probably aren't that interested. It's just in case your mates are. This one is interesting. So this is an AM5 platform with 16 gigs RAM. We've gone for the B570 and 8400F, but you also get a free game with it as well because of the Intel Holiday Bundle. So if somebody needs a new PC and they want to play Battlefield 6, like, you know, that's 50, 60 quid's worth of value off this PC already. So pretty nice. And then we've got sort of more liquid-cooled kind of AM4 one. This one isn't my particular favorite, but people always ask for liquid coolers, so there you go. It's probably a bit expensive, that one. But some people ask for that stuff, so that's why I do it. This one's pretty interesting value. Again, it's that sort of entry AM5 platform. This one's got 32 gigs, RTX 5070, and the price is not bad. It's like, you get this down with code YT50 down to 1249, which is pretty good for a nice dual chamber 5070 PC. And then we've got this one, which you might recognize from the CH260 video that we posted recently. This one's pretty good value as well, 5070, 7800X3D. And that's 1500, but you can get that down to 1449 with the YT50 code. This one we did off stream, really. Oh no, not off stream actually. I did record this one, I think. Really nice build this. So it's the Corsair 3000D White. Hopefully it's coming up on the stream. Yes, it is. So this one's available now. I mean, it's a bit more expensive because the white parts cost so much money. So that's more of a sort of premium one if you're interested. And this one I finished yesterday. The Fantex XT-V3 case is amazing. It looks so good in white. You can put together some really cool builds with this. And it's not too big, doesn't take up a huge amount of space on your desk. But that has got 5080 in it, so it is damn expensive, particularly with that 32 gigs of good RAM. So that will still be 2,500 with the code. So up to you whether you think that's worth it. Okay, so let's get on with some builds. So I've got the parts just next door, so let's grab those, get building. See if there's any questions here. Alpha Start. I'm trying to install DDR4 RAM into my Mobo slot, but the top latch won't lock by a millimeter. Press harder, won't go any further. You definitely got it the right way round. Yeah, Jax, go for it. Yeah, drop your question in the chat, my friend. Go for it. Go for it. Obviously, the PCs that we do, they're only available in the UK, so if you're further afield, obviously I can give you advice, that's fine. As long as it's within reason. I don't want to spend like an hour on whatever you're doing. Okay, right. So there you go. And obviously, like always, if there's any issues with video or audio quality, please tell me, but seems okay so far. So I've already half assembled this one. But we'll, of course, we will go over it. Right, I'm going to take that zoom off and I'm going to drop this down a bit because the quality will be a bit better if I do that. Whoosh. Look at that POV. Yeah, deep cool PSU baby, and it's only a 500 watt. It's a budget special, but these are fine. I've never had one break, so you can use the cheap power supplies. You just need to know which ones are a trash, basically. I mean, this isn't a great unit. I mean, it's group regulated. It's kind of basic, but it gets the job done for a budget build. Zoom out into lower the camera. Yeah, that's because this is a Sony ZV-E10, and it's got something called clear image zoom, right? So you can zoom it, but it's not an optical zoom. So all it does is it zooms in, but it reduces the quality. They shouldn't have called it clear image zoom. They should call it blurry image zoom. The Gamdius AIO. Did you get it, did you? I've never used one, so I don't know if they're any good. Okay, it's a Pros End. Oh, pretty nice build, yeah, beautiful. Hey, that sounds pretty cool, Pros End. Yeah, I like it. I just bought some of those Jungle Leopard fans, but I got them on Amazon. Yeah, pretty nice build overall. I mean, I don't think you need the X870, but it's still really nice, so yeah. It was brilliant. Okay, well, good man. The thing with the AIOs is they will work straight away. It's you know, you need to come back to us in a couple of years and tell us if it's broken. So yeah. If it's, yeah, exactly, pros. If it's only a little bit more, you're right, you might as well go for it. But just I see people spend on their motherboard when they could have improved somewhere else in their build, and I just go, oh, you could have got something a lot better here. Okay, so this one is pretty much built already. It's just a little bundle deal that we got. So there's a Ryzen 5500, some cheapo A520, although it's got a 5-phase VRM, so it's not the worst cheap board I've ever seen. 16 gigs DDR4, 1 terabyte SSD, and we'll put 5060 in there as well. It's not ITX, but it's like the MFF kind of thing. It's the micro ATX deal. And then I can't believe it, but the RTX 5060 is actually bringing some all right value now. Yeah, 8 gigs is not that great, but it will still do 1080, and it will do 1440 if you're just careful with the settings. So I actually quite like the 5060 now, 250 quid. It gets you a decent experience. Okay, and then I'll just got to get the case and we'll crack on. Yeah, Alpha Star, I answered that a moment ago. You just need to make sure it's definitely the right way round. Give it a little wiggle, make sure there's nothing in the slot. But if worst comes to worst and you just can't get it in, as long as it's most of the way in, just give it a try and see if it works. That's all you can ever do, right? I'm just unboxing the Gamdias case. I wanted to get the RGB one, but they only had the wood one. But it might end up looking nicer. So who knows? So the pictures make this look like it's some tiny ITX case, but it isn't. It's basically, it's essentially the same size as the Deepcool CH260 and a little bit bigger than the Lian Li A3. I'll get the other camera angle so we can see it. And actually, ironically, I need to move this back in the air now. You've got a lovely top view there, but let me just grab the other camera. You guys, you've got a multi-cam setup here. I feel like I should be charging monthly for this. So it's a pretty nice looking case. It's just like the pictures make it look like it's going to be tiny, but it's not tiny. It's like a fairly standard M80X. The lighting is doing my head in because it's really sunny now, which is nice, of course. But yeah, so it's like it's not as tiny as the pictures. Like when you look at it on the listing on Amazon or whatever, it makes it look absolutely tiny, but it definitely isn't. But it's looking decent. The wood front bit, it does look a little bit cheap wood. It's definitely laminate. So yeah, I'm glad I'm using this for budget builds and nothing too elaborate. I've got another one coming later, so we'll do a YouTube video on it. But yeah. Give me that clear image zoom. Okay, so I guess, I mean, I'm not going to look at the instruction manual because I'm a masochist. How many more kits of RAM do you have until you need to start buying expensive? Well, I have 3 kits left at old prices. Like when I say old prices, they're still a bit up. And then I've got like a good number of kits that I bought for $230 at 32 gig, 6000 C36 kits. Got a decent number, enough for a little while. That's your rival. That's your rival for channel points, Max. Streamlabs. So are these toolless, or what do you do with these? Yes, looks like it. So it's just like it's like a dual chamber, but smallified. It looks all right for 50 quid. I think it's pretty good. I mean, it's definitely, this is 100% a rip-off of Vantex XT-M3. 100%. Have I seen the SSD prices? Yeah, they've been going up for ages. They just haven't been going up as precipitously as the DRAM, but it's all coming from the same place. So I've got a decent number of SSDs now because they'll go up a little bit more. I don't think it will be as bad as the RAM because people can carry their storage between builds and things like that, can't they? 1 terabyte is now 150. No, it's not. What are you talking about? I could go and find you one now that's not 150. They're like you can get them for like 85.90 still. There's a Clev C910 on Amazon for under £90. I know because I bought 2 last night. So this is, if you've seen the XT-M3 Vantex, this is such a rip-off. But I don't mind that, you know. But the thing is, the XT-M3 is already like the same price as this, and the build quality feels nicer on the Vantex. No, they're 120s. They're 120s. Oh, there's no fan. That's not fan mount there. No, there's definitely 120s. Would I buy a Crystal brand SSD? Yeah, why not? Crucials, they still make good SSDs. I don't know how much longer you're going to be able to buy them for, but like I've got the Crucial T500 as a testing SSD with all my games installed on it. I've installed it into probably about 150 computers, and it still works great. It depends which Crucial it is, though. Like, there's some really cheap ones, like the P3, which don't have any kind of host memory buffer or anything, which is a bit rubbish. Hopefully the guy that had the problem with seating his RAM has sorted that out. I really hope you're not trying to put DDR4 into a DDR5 board or something. Okay, so it looks decent for cable management. I mean, it is identical to the Fantex XT M3. Like, it's scarily. It's even got the same anti-sag system. Yeah. Warranty. No, they'll still have to service your warranty. They'll still have to service your warranty. Will the Sapphire Nitro has B850A AM5 motherboard suffice for XPGs? Yeah, of course. I mean, I'm sure that's fine. Let me just look up what the VRM is on that, but I'm sure it'll be fine. So if it's the Nitro Plus, I assume it's got a good VRM, but let's have a look. Oh, Jesus. Right, let's have a look. It's got a 12-phase VRM, mate. You don't even need one that good. You could get a cheaper board than that. I mean, it's a good board. If you like it, you'll be able to put any AM5 CPU on it. Oh, he says yes. Okay, that guy has B450. So yeah, definitely DDR4. I mean, you could try the other two slots, couldn't you, and see if it fits in the A1 and B1 rather than the A2 and the B2. 16 gigs RAM's kind of bad. Yeah, it's like, it's what 8 gigabytes was 5 years ago, isn't it? It's like passable, but it's not ideal. Your PC can burn down from twist ties. No, I think you've been told a little porky there, my friend. Why would that happen? So this case is all right. It's decent. Seems decently built. You can actually put 140 fan in the back as well. Plastic overheats and it starts to damage components. I've never heard of that happening. You know that those twist ties, they're not all plastic usually. It's usually plastic with a metal wire in the core. So I don't think so. I doubt it, because why wouldn't a cable tie would just melt, wouldn't it? Because that's also plastic. I think you'd have to be very unlucky. But either way, those twist ties, they're not intended for that cable management anyway. So yeah, I always take them out regardless. Theoretically, I guess they could. If the plastic melted off and then the metal touched two parts together, then maybe it could. It's possible. Yeah, it's possible. I think it's exceptionally unlikely. But when building your PC, you've got to undo those twist ties anyway because they look gross. Jacques says, should I get an air cooler or an AIO? Well, the thing is, Jacques, we're going to actually do a video on motherboards soon because I think nobody, including a lot of the tech YouTubers, even understands what the spec sheet means on a motherboard. So we'll look into it. But basically, that one that you showed me has a 12-phase VRM. So 12 times 60, 720. So it could power a CPU that carries 720 watts, which doesn't exist. And then if you halve that for safety, that's 360. So that motherboard is capable of easily handling a 360 watt CPU, and like a 9950X3D top of the stack is only going to pull 250. So you've got plenty of headroom. Yeah, I would just use the zip ties. Honestly, the twist ties, they're just annoying, aren't they? All right, so this one comes with, it's got 3 pre-installed fans, which is nice, I guess. That helps. This will be like a non-RGB build there. They do an RGB version of this case that comes with RGB fans in the front, obviously, but yeah. All right, well, it actually looks decent, and it's got an integrated anti-sag system down there. So, all right, let's chuck it in and see. I'll need my IO shield. Where have I put it? Oh, God. You know what? These should be illegal. You shouldn't be allowed to use these anymore. I hate these. I hate them so much. They're awful. I would say, Jacques, yeah, I mean, you know, there's other features as well, like the size, and the memory. So for most people, the memory controller and the IMC and everything on the between the CPU and the motherboard doesn't really matter that much. If you're just going to put something on like Expo profile, if you're going to manually tune your RAM, the motherboard is a lot more important. But most people aren't going to do that, and I wouldn't advise most people do that unless you have the time. Okay, that actually went in really easily. It's surprising. All right, let's chuck this bad boy in. Well, I mean, when I say bad boy, this kind of limp-wristed boy goes in. So just need to check the standoffs. 1, 2, buckle my shoe along the top. 3, 4, knock on the door along the middle. 5, 6, fiddle with my... Anyway. So I'll probably leave the other standoffs in there. I mean, I know they're not going to touch the board, I don't think. And it will be helpful if a person puts a new motherboard in the future. Ugh. Ugh, I hate motherboards without integrated I/O. It feels like I'm like taking a virginity. Ugh. It's all chintzy. Okay. So the key thing is like you've got to make sure those little standoff posts are in the right place. Otherwise, it can touch on the back of the motherboard and short it. But we're all good here. We're all good. Wait, where's the... Oh, here. So where's the screws? It's Asus Prime motherboard. No. This is way worse than both of those. It's way worse than Asus Prime. Actually, well, it's probably about the same as an Asus Prime. It's a... It's a Gigabyte. Honestly, right, guys, take my word for this. Do not buy bottom of the barrel Gigabyte motherboards. Don't. Just don't. Like, if you're going to get a really cheap motherboard, get an MSI. Because they're the only ones that frickin' work properly. CPU, it's a Ryzen 5 5500. See, it's like the only like AM4 CPU you can get anymore. I wish they still made that 5700X 3D, man. Love it. Yeah, guys, honestly, don't get cheap Gigabyte motherboards. Like, when I say cheap, I mean like under £80. Like the really bottom of the barrel ones. Like the mid-range ones are fine. But the really cheap Gigabyte motherboards are absolute dog water. They suck. I mean, you know, once you get it working, it's fine. But it's just like when you're setting it up, it's such a faff. Like on that, even on the AM5 board, I had to manually tune that memory. Like that took me like an hour to plug in all the timings myself, validate it, stress test it over 24 hours. Absolute nightmare. I actually find that ASRock and MSI cheap ones are pretty good. Like if you're going to get a super cheap motherboard, those are the ones to get. I'm thinking of buying male USB-C cable extension to use my USB-C IEMs on my PC that sits on the floor. Well, yeah, it sounds fine. I didn't know USB-C IEMs. I've never heard of that. All the IEMs, well, the IEMs that I use have just got a standard 3.5. Interesting. Should be fine. Yeah. Can't see any reason why that'd be a problem. You don't need, yeah, I mean, you don't need to buy expensive, like you said, you don't need to buy expensive motherboards. They're completely worthless, waste of time for most people. But equally, the pendulum swings the other way, right? If you buy cheap, really cheap stuff, it's not good. That's just the nature of the beast, isn't it? And there's probably a few gems out there, but I'm not going to be going out there and testing every single really cheap motherboard to find out which one doesn't suck. That could be Hardware Unboxed's job. Although even with the Hardware Unboxed, like I think he's quite harsh, like on the kind of motherboard requirements that you need. So I don't know. I think you can get away with a bit less than what he says. Like my philosophy is that you can power any AM5 CPU with a motherboard that costs under £150. Well, yeah, I think the motherboards will get cheap in a couple of months, won't they? We love AI on the stream. Yes, more AI, please. That's what the world needs, baby. More AI. Okay, so I'm just going to feed some of these cables around the back. So, yeah, so it's all pretty easy build so far. Can't complain. Gam Diaz, not bad, not bad, not bad. Good value. Bit annoyed that the RGB one was out of stock, because that's probably slightly better value. What are you going to do? I need that AI. Give me that slop. I need to get sloppy. Right. I guess we should put the power supply in next. So we're using a fully wired, which in this kind of case is, well, suboptimal, but I think we'll get away with it because it's a fairly, well, when I say fairly, it is an entry-level power supply. It's group regulated. It gets the job done, but it's not fantastic. It will not burn your house down, and it won't break because I've used a bunch of these. But if you've got smart money, a 500-watt power supply in any system doesn't make sense. Oh, McDonald's GPT. I'd love that. Yeah, just simulate my taste buds, please, baby. Oh, I can't use this screwdriver. Oh, I forgot. Linus Tech Tips. They sent me a free screwdriver. I should probably actually use that in a minute. If there's any like employee spying on me to work out whether I'm going to use it, I haven't forgotten. It's the 80+ wood power. I'm gonna use that. I'm stealing that, Max. Yes, it's an 80+ wood power supply. Provides excellent warmth to the home. Jaco, it's a LTT sent it to me. I got an email from them. I thought this is a complete scam. I'll show you the email later if you want. I said, no, this is a complete scam. What? Who at Linus Media Group is watching my goddamn 5K subscriber channel? No, it's not a sponsorship. They just, I can show you the email in a bit. They just said, it just says, they sent me an email. The title was, LTT and Computer Surgeon sending you our new screwdriver or something like that. I just said, oh, and I read it. I was like, oh, great. They're going to ask me to do a sponsor spot. And they just said, no, it's no strings attached. Just if you want to use it, use it. I was like, okay. I don't really need to get sponsored. I mean, that's kind of like half the point of the channel is that, like, I'm building the computers to sell. Therefore, you know that what I'm going to recommend is going to work because I'm not going to sell something that doesn't work to a customer, am I? Otherwise, like, if I start getting like sponsorships all the time, what's the point? I'll just be like everyone else. I'll be like Jay's 2 cents, hating my life. Have you seen that guy? I've never seen a guy that wants to quit YouTube more than him. He did a video yesterday. He's done 2 videos lately that I think are really in poor taste. Like, he did the one where he's got like a desk full of RAM in packets. I'm like, guys, come on. This isn't the kind of guy you want to be following here because he's just going to like lord his RAM over you for the sake of a thumbnail or whatever. And then he did a video yesterday where his PC wouldn't work. And I already knew the problem was going to be his RAM. He didn't change his RAM. He swapped his whole PC and motherboard and he put like a $1,000 motherboard into his PC. And I tell you, the problem with his boot times was probably his RAM. So, I don't know. I just feel like we're in a bit of a cloud cuckoo land at the moment with this tech tube stuff. Like, the recommendations I see are absolutely dog water. Like, they're getting people to spend more money than they need to. Wouldn't be to get a Chinese manufacturer contacted and bought 2 motherboards. What Chinese motherboards have you bought, Aussie? Behave yourself, boy. Now, this power supply mounting at the top was a little bit suboptimal. The holes weren't drilled perfectly, but it's okay. We muddle through. So I'm not like ruling out sponsorships in a way, like, but it has to be done in a tasteful way, and I'm not going to recommend something that's not worth it. Like if Asus sends me like a ROG Maximus, I know they wouldn't, but let's say they sent me a ROG Maximus $800 motherboard. You think I'm going to recommend anyone to buy that? Absolute waste of money on an AM5. Like what the hell are you getting out of that? There's absolutely no point. It will not improve your performance. So the other benefit of this being a 500 watt is that you're not going to have like a massive number of cables. Like, so let's say we had a deep cool PL750D, 750 watt, fully wired, ATX 3.1. So you're going to have like a million cables. But this one, you'll be fine. So it's actually worked in our benefit. Right. Oh, those are the daisy chained fans. All right, fine. Okay. So that's motherboard. Slip you through that gaping hole. That's CPU power. Can I get it? No, I can't get it through there. Come on. There you go. I just think Jay's lost his passion for YouTube. I just like, I look at his eyes and I don't see any joy there anymore. Mags are getting me today. I can't say that because I'll get demonetized, but it's funny. the Mega ATX 80 plus wood power supply. So I have to work out how to route this this GPU power cable in a minute. I'll put it down here for now. Think about it later. Too many years, probably. Yeah. I don't know if it's just like soul crushing, promoting other people's stuff all the time. I don't know. Like, didn't he do a video recently where he said RAM speed doesn't matter, but he did it in a Port Royal benchmark? Like, how is that a RAM sensitive test? The top latch won't close fully. Oh, Alpha Star, that sucks, bro. I mean, if you've got 4 slots on your motherboard, try the other 2 slots. I think so, Jacob. I mean, I don't know. I can't remember. It was a little while ago now, so I could be wrong. So don't take my word for that. But if that's true, that's absolutely diabolical, right? So where does this USB 3s along the bottom? This motherboard doesn't have internal USB-C. So I will just put a dust cover over the USB-C on the front panel and pretend that doesn't exist. You can get a USB 2 header adapter that you can plug it in with, so that's another option. If I've got one upstairs, I'll put that in. And then that's HD audio. Okay. This looks like an absolute viper's nest at the moment. Okay, but we'll tidy up the cables in a minute. Before you want to complain. Right. And that is a case fan. Where's that going to go? I've got a header along the bottom. Perfect. How about that? Do you think LJ 1700 makes more sense? Oh, Al Bay. Interesting you should say that. There will be a video on the channel in a week or two with that very question. Because I've got some Alder Lake builds and somebody's bought one and it actually, I think it makes complete sense. Yeah. Ozzy, if you're cool and try to, I don't really understand that sentence, I'm afraid. How do I take payment? Well, I've just got a website, so they just go through Shopify checkout. Have you had any experience with SAMA PSUs? No, I've never heard of. I've heard of SAMA. I've never heard of them making reliable power supplies. So the answer is I don't know. I wouldn't go for it, only because I've never used that brand and they don't seem to have a big presence. So I wouldn't personally. All right, let's plug in some front panels. Honestly, the sunlight kills my contrast. Should I buy a single stick of D5? Do you know what, Hex here? Maybe. I mean, like, I don't know what the rest of your build is, but like if you're already spending 2K on a build, like euros, dollars, pounds, I think you should just sink the cost and buy the RAM. But if you're more like in the 60 class, like you're trying to get it under $1,000, then maybe you want to try it. You don't get punished as much for having single channel and DDR5, but you still do get punished for it. And actually, interesting, that's another video I've got coming up as well. I've made the thumbnail, written it and everything, I just need to film it. So yeah. The difficulty you also have is when you want to put another stick in, you'll have to find the exact same one because you don't want mismatched RAM. You can get it to work, but it's janky as all hell. So I don't know. It really does depend on what impact does spending that additional 100 to 150 pounds, euros, dollars, whatever. How much effect does that have on your life? Like, and that I can't balance that for you. That's your life decision. But I think you will get away with it if that's something you need to do to make it affordable. Okay, system fan in. And the other thing about these cheap boards, like I know I'm going on about it, but the USB 2 or USB 3, sorry, the USB 3 front panel header thing. Like, these are well dodgy in the cheap boards. Like, the number of times I've pulled that plastic housing off. Crazy. Right, I just put it in the little pips. Reset switch. Power switch. This is a pretty good A520 board with a 5-pin ARGB header on it. Interesting. That's something, gigabyte. Your board is otherwise trash, don't get me wrong. But okay, well, that went in pretty nice. All right, so we can pull. Oh no, we need the CPU power. It's fallen down. And the HD audio also slipped out. Right. Should I buy a spaceship? How did you know about my SpaceX investment? I thought that was supposed to be confidential information. Have I ever heard of QMOX? Never heard of QMOX, no. That's a new one to me. Honestly, I think these Chinese manufacturers are going to be making a lot more money than they used to during this shortage. The thing is, the difficulty you have with those cheaper RAMs, like those Chinese ones, is you have no idea. Like the actual like ICs, the chips on the DRAM might be fine, but the expo profile they put on it and everything, you don't know how compatible that's going to be with your motherboard. So it's a risk. I mean, it depends what you're willing to do. Are you willing to go and tune that RAM yourself? Then you might be all right. Why does no one use NZXT anymore, Robo? Because their products just aren't good value. Like, you can, especially at Thermalright, have kind of completely like mogged them into oblivion, I think. Like, what? I don't see why I can't think of an NZXT product where I would buy that over something else. The H5 Flow is a nice case, but there's lots of other good cases at that price point. So it's just cost, isn't it? And their RGB ecosystem is so bad as well. I think there was a little bit of outrage or something about some pre-built rental scheme that they did, which I think was well overblown. I mean, if you can't read the amount that you're spending on something over time, then I think that's your fault. But that said, that's kind of quite a predatory way of marketing something. So I do understand the outrage, but equally, it's the consumer's responsibility. They come out acting like victims after not reading the agreement that they agreed to. Like, did you ever think that renting a PC was ever going to be good value? I think sometimes we're just a bit too nice to people. Antec Flux MATX. That sounds pretty nice, man. That sounds pretty good. Yeah, so we use the Antec Flux on the channel, and I thought it was fantastic. It's got some of the best temperatures I've seen in a case. It's along the lines of like the Fractal Meshify 3 in terms of cooling quality. So I think you'll have a good time with it. It's just if you like the design, like, see, I think it's okay, but I don't like the design of it as much as some other cases. Like the Fractal North, for example, looks a lot nicer, but it is more expensive. So what are you gonna do? Leanne 217 is nice too, man. Any of those LAN call 21 somethings, they're always bangers. I don't mind a bit of Antec. They're okay. Some of them are decent, some of them aren't. You know, that's the way of the world, I guess. Right. So because again, this is a cheap motherboard, it doesn't have Wi-Fi. I mean, not that all good motherboards have Wi-Fi, but we'll have to put in this Mercusis Special. Look at that. God, PCI add-in card for Wi-Fi. It's been a little while. Have you ever used the Fantex NV5? Did I use the I think I might have done. Yeah, I think so. It was fine. I mean, the thing is, Gertie, with all those fish tank cases, they're all going to be the same because they all do the same thing. So whether you get that or a Lian Li Vector V100 or any kind of thing in the same style, the temperatures are going to be really similar. So I wouldn't use that as a differentiator. I'll just get the one that you like the look of. You can make that Fantex case look really nice because the Fantex fans look really good in that case. Isn't a USB Wi-Fi adapter better? No, I wouldn't think so. This is a bit more reliable, I think. It might look a little bit nicer to use a USB, but this is a more reliable solution. IMO. It's also permanent as well. Do you know what I mean? Timmy says, I managed to get a 64 gigabyte DDR5 project for £156. Bro, I don't care what the timings are on that, man. So you could, what were the timings? Was it CL48? Because there are some Crucial Pro kits with CL48 that were cheapish before. Dude, that's so goddamn cheap. Are you kidding me? That's a misprice. But yeah, you could, so if it's CL48, you might get it down to CL40 if you spend a bit of time tuning that RAM. But even that's a push because those CL48 kits, they use the worst ICs. So really good for a video editor because they don't really care about all the speed and stuff. God damn, what a price. One of your header pins has fallen out. So Danny, which one is it? If it's the one in the bottom right, you'll usually get away with missing that one. I don't know about the others. But if it's working, then absolutely it should be fine. Yeah. Well, you got it from Amazon, Jaker. So, you know, Amazon will give him his money back if he got scammed. So we'll see. We'll see. CL46, yeah. So you could, I think, depending on your board and your CPU, depending on your board and your CPU, you might be able to get that down to CL40 if you spend a couple of hours tuning it. Maybe. So Danny, yeah, it's always the bottom right one that comes out. Always that one that breaks. I've done it a couple of times. It happens to everybody. Yeah, you'll be fine. What I would say is, if you've done that, don't put anything like keyboard and mouse into that kind of slot. Use it for like just basic like charging and things like that. I wouldn't be putting anything in there that you're going to do an extended data transfer on, you know, anything that's going to be annoying. Yeah, CL46 is, I agree, Jaco, is basically DDR4 speeds. Actually, if anything, it's probably a bit slower than DDR4. Okay. So the problem I have with these add-in cards for Wi-Fi is that you've got to trail that cable like in that little divot bit to the side of the GPU there. Okay. Right, so now I need a GPU. Asus TUF B650 and Ryzen 7900. Well, yeah, if you get that under CL40, I'll come and pull your trousers down and give you what you need, if you know what I'm saying. Because that would be very impressive. CL42, yeah, maybe. GPU time. Where are my goddamn scissors? I swear on this stream, I always lose my scissors. Where have I put them? Ah, there we go. You got it? Yes, dude. Alpha Star. Pog Champ. Skibidi Toilet. Riz Throat Goat. Good job. Ooh. So it's the Asus Dual 5060. These are 250 quid at the moment in the UK, so it's like not great value, but okay-ish. Gets the job done, 1080p, and you can do 1440p on this. Don't let people tell you can't. You can, you just have to be careful with the setting. Is this my job or do I work another job? Well, I took a few months off to build up the website, get everything tidied up, prepare some of my digital products, which I'm going to release in the new year. And then I'll have to go back to medicine for a bit. We'll see. I will have to go back to medicine, back at the hospital again, which is okay. Like, it's a decent job. Don't mind it. It's just nice to like work on your own thing that you're building. So the higher for CL RAM, the worse. Correct. Although it's diminishing returns. Like once you start getting under CL30, it's probably not worth it. I think maybe you get a little bit more. The thing with the RAM is, guys, the reason why on like Hardware Unboxed, all these big channels, they never talk about getting fast RAM, and they always just say get this one. It's because most people, when they watch those videos, look at the average FPS, but really the most important metric is the 1% lows. That's going to be what makes the game feel good to play. So having better RAM with a lower latency and higher speed will increase your 1% lows, and it will make the game feel better. So you can't just look at the average FPS. That's one metric, but it's good for a headline thing, but it doesn't really tell you the enjoyment factor of the gaming, because whenever you watch a video on YouTube, it's in 60 FPS. 1% lows are the most important metric on a benchmark, but they're usually the one that people ignore, which is kind of frustrating, right? I could do an OnlyFans. Who's going to subscribe? Apart from Max. Max is obviously going to subscribe. You've been begging me to set up that account for years. What do you think I could charge? What would my fetish be? You've got to come in, like, you know, if we're gonna set up this OnlyFans as a business, what's like the unique selling point here? Already did. Already done it. Already done it. You know what? Speaking of OnlyFans, I'm going to enjoy some of my luxury nut selection. Chowing down on some Christmas nuts, my favourite. Nothing better than nuts in the mouth at Christmas. Delicious. Oh, if they're salty nuts, so much the better. Oh. Oh, Jacob, we'll do that after this one. I'll get the email up. It's like Golden Rain, but 64 gigabyte. Yes, yes, I love that angle. It would just be like sort of a little bit provocative, with a few kits of Acer Predator RAM. Yeah, I can see it happening. Timmy, yeah, tell me about it. I have a Fractal Terror, and yeah, the temps aren't great. You can tweak it in the BIOS to make it more acceptable. Set your TJ max or thermal limit to 75, -20 curve optimizer. Accept the slightly reduced performance, but enjoy the much lower. Bro, don't touch the PC with your peanut. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Not peanuts. Not peanuts. Luxury nut selection. In what way are peanuts a luxury nut? Look. Almonds. Walnuts, cashews, macadamias, pecans, and pistachios. Do you see peanuts in that list? No. Get out of my stream! No, you don't. Yeah, exactly, Wraith. You don't usually need those custom lengths. No, you're usually fine with that. Okay. I can't believe it, Robo. You think I would touch a customer's PC with peanut hands? Macadamia or better? I'll accept a walnut. Begrudgingly, I'll accept a walnut. These pigtail cables. Chuck a little cabley tie on them, and you're bloody away. All right then. Let's tidy this sucker up. Oh, nice, Wraith. Well, wait, which, yeah, so Fractal Terror, it'll go over 70. Oh, gaming temps don't. Sorry, yeah. So your stress test will go above that, but for gaming, nice, yeah. Interesting. You used the Founders Edition in the Terra. I was wondering if the fan that sort of just blocked halfway into the case, I was wondering if that would be an issue. Clearly not, if the temperatures are fine. As long as you're monitoring your VRAM temperature and your hotspot temperature, make sure that they're not going sky high, because that's the only issue with those FE cards, right? Okay. So that would be best going like that, probably. Or I could put it like that. That's probably better, so it gets the bulk out of the way. The cable management's not as good as the Vantex on this one. Because, oh, actually, well, there is a slot. I could use that, I guess. Less than ideal, but it'll do the job. Okay, that's that. Velcro or zip ties? Oh, zip ties for sure. The Velcros aren't strong enough usually. They just like fall apart. It depends. Like if you've got those ones that are integrated into the case, those are fine because they usually sit against a flat panel. So if they're slightly loose, it doesn't matter. But like if I used Velcro on all of it, it wouldn't really work. Okay. That anti-sag is not going to work, is it? Because the GPU's not long enough. That's always the way with those case anti-sags, right? Someone decides to cut it and cut scale, that can happen. Yeah. That is a risk that's possible, I suppose. I've never done that, but yes, that is true. It could happen. The way they've laid the cable management out in this case is not great. Like all the eyelets are behind plates, so I'd have to. I don't want to have to take that whole plate out just to do the cable management. Oh no. Land call 207. Oh. What? Is that quite an old case? I can't remember. No, I don't think I have. Not that I can recall. Don't use much. I use some Lian Li, but not a huge amount. Kind of new. No, I don't think I have. But they're all pretty good, the Lian Lis, really. I can't think of many bad ones, particularly from recent years. Oh, whatever that'll do. Right. So best case size for me is micro ATX, something like this. Although the Fantex XT M3 is probably a better choice than this one. Just in terms of its like build quality, but I think M-ATX is pretty sweet. Obviously, everybody's going to have their individual use cases, so you know it's not going to work for everybody. But most people just chuck a graphics card in their PC and no other PCIe devices, so there's not really any need for a full tower, is there, when you think about it? Unless you do have that specific need. You can type !points, and it will tell you how many loyalty points you've got. I'm pretty sure Jaker is winning with Aussie very close behind. I checked it at the start of the stream. Does the winner of the round? No payment for shipping. Nothing. I don't want any money from you. You just get it. Oh, I forgot about this goddamn cable. Oh well. We will just do the tie to the tie. What's the question, Aussie? That's a lot of question marks. I did answer your question about the cases. We settled on micro ATX. Right. I'm just got to tidy up the rest. See, this is the problem with a fully wired power supply, isn't it? You're going to have cables everywhere. I think if you type !points, I think the Streamlabs will show you. I think. I haven't tried it, but I think that's how it's supposed to work. Yeah, both good choices. The Deepcool CH260 is decent. The Flux M is probably a bit nicer looking. No, it's an exclamation point, not a question point. Hey, see, it works. Oh, James, you've just been mogged. You've just been absolutely incel mogged. So Aussie is the top incel so far. Spaniard NL, interesting. So are you Spanish and you live in the Netherlands? Is that how it works? You know who we haven't seen yet in the streams? Tanmay. Where is Tanmay? He was happy with 9. Yeah, well, listen, every ticket counts. Everyone gets a chance. Obviously, the more points you get, the more chances. Okay. Oh, these little cables are kind of annoying me a little bit. I have to do this, which I don't normally like doing. At least it will keep the cable clean. Well, you think you've gained an incel point in that time frame, James? How naive. No, this one, I'm going to list this one later today, Jacob. Like some last minute. Basically, I had some stock left over that I'm just going to put into some PCs. Because like here, we still have Boxing Day sales here. Like Black Friday it's obviously a thing. Obviously, everyone knows that. But Boxing Day sales are still very much a thing in the UK. So I'm wondering if people might want to pick a couple up then. Don't check your points every 2 minutes. I think you get a point for every like 20 minutes you watch or something like that. Ugh. I haven't seen those deals, James. Give me an example what you can get. Crazy good or crazy bad? I think, Ozzy, you and Jake are tied at the top, I think, if I remember correctly. You'll have to get Jake to check his points. Oh, 0 points. Oh, Zach, you got to stick around for a bit longer, my friend. Sending messages in the chat helps as well, I think. Maybe. I don't think by very much, though. Oh, Robo's got 13. Yeah, that's the other thing, Jake, is, yes, the American prices don't include any tax. Right, so we've got one more tie down point there that we can use. I haven't looked yet, but it's you and Jaker. So if Jaker does the points, if he does the exclamation mark points, it's between you two, I'm pretty sure. So but it doesn't really matter because everyone can still win. It's not like the person that's got the most wins. It's raffle tickets, right? So I don't need. Don't worry. Just tell us your points, just so that we know. Ozzy is absolutely. He's gunning for this ram. Honestly, I've never seen anyone so thirsty. Okay, I think that's gonna. Oh, that's sticking out over there. Right, get this stuffed in a place where it's not going to show through the front. I give my points are non-transferable. But if you win, Jaker, I'll just re-roll. What in the hell is this? Oh my god! Why did they put that bit of plastic on it? Oh, what? Nanu? That can't be right. Wait. Combo deals, were they good, were they? Damn. I told you we're going into a bundle market, boys. So this would have to go like that? What is this mounting system? Oh, maybe it must go through the back. Right? That's the only way I can... Yeah, that's got to be it, right? Some sort of X2D 32 gigs of RAM and Motherboard. Okay, well that's all right, isn't it? That'll get you going. That'll get your motor running. Dude, what the... So that must go under. This is a terrible mounting system. It's so flimsy. I think maybe I shouldn't have taken those out. I think it might be my error, actually. Oh, whatever. Vertox, no, it's a GAMDIAS M4M. As you may have seen featured on about every big tech YouTuber's channel, because they paid everyone to use it. I shouldn't have undone those screws, that's why. Okay. When do you think the RAM-pocalypse is going to end? Well, I mean, nobody knows, do they? So anyone that tells you no, it's going to end at this point, they're lying because they don't know. I reckon it'll be about 12 to 18 months, and that's just based on what these things are usually like. These like mega cycles, like the GPU thing that lasted like 18 months, didn't it? So I imagine this will just be similar. So I've got to get that back in that. Ooh. Well, why? Like, what budget of PC? Like, okay, it's going to be 150 to 200 more, but if you've got like a 2K PC, it's not that much of a difference, is it? But if you're on a budget, then I get it. I get that that's difficult. Oh my god, dude, I really should not have taken this plate off this way. I didn't realize it was Oh, I'm going to be here for ages doing this, aren't I? For God's sake. I know, it's like I can see that I've just got to get this like little bit hooked in here. So I've just tried to loosen it, but oh, this is really bad engineering. Right, I think what I'll have to do is this bottom one's really difficult, so it's already fallen out. Jesus Christ, okay. 1093. Oh, that, yeah, unfortunately, that is a tough one. That's not. Oh. Yeah, you're in a bit of a tough spot there with the DDR5. Oh no, Aussie dollars as well. That's tough. That's tough, bro. Yeah, I mean these are the people that are affected the most, right? That's unfortunate. So you could just get something used or go with the DDR4 system or just wait. It's up to you. That sucks, brother. See what the steam machine's like, maybe. I've got a video on the steam machine later, actually. That'll be published this afternoon. All right, so maybe if we give it one of these and give it one of those, and then, oh, but how's that going to stay on? Come on. Oh, Mr. Owl is here. It's not always about being broke either, though, is it? Like, some people just like don't want to commit as much money to the hobby, which is fine as well. Like, oh my god. Oh my god. This is the most frustrating thing. Because it won't stay flat. Come on. All right, I'll do... Flip! Oh my god! Oh, oh. Oh. Thank God. Right, well, let that be a lesson to anyone wanting to use the Gamdius M4M. Never take out these screws. Jesus. That was quite the experience. We now know what case... The case seems all right. I mean, we'll see in a minute. I mean, I think it's like a... It's not as good as the Fantex XT M3 or V3. Let's be real. But it's in that realm. It's not too bad. Seems fine. You know, but the thing is, the Fantex is the same price, so I'll just get the Fantex. Right. Oh my god. Why did they do the power plug like that? Oh my god. Gamdius, what the hell? What were they thinking with that plug? Like, what? Oh my god. Oh no. That's disgusting. That feels awful to do. That is bad, man. That is bad design. I'm definitely reviewing this case on the channel, and that is getting an absolute slating. That's diabolical. So you can flip the PSU, but you'll have the fan facing into nothing. There's no ventilation. Can you not drop the PSU? No, you can't. There's no mount there to drop the PSU lower. That's a real oversight. What the hell? I think the panel will close. I think. We'll have to test it. Oh god. Yeah, but it's that. Look at that, bro. That's quite shocking. Let me see if I can route it another way. Oh, and it's a tight plug as well. Rick. So the problem is they've got like they've put the little sort of toggle thing for the toolless panel right where the power plug's going to be. Morons. That's insane. Oh, you bloody... Right, wonder if I can bend it the other way. I can't believe it. I actually can't believe how stupid that is. No, and that is dodgy as hell anyway. What on earth were they thinking? I can't flip the PSU because it's solid there. The PSU will overheat. Crazy. Okay, so I'm going to try and take out this little toggle here, plug it in, and then try and put the toggle back in. This should not be necessary. This is crazy. Well, I'm never using this case again. I mean, I've got one more coming. I will not be using it again after that. This is a hard, do not recommend this case. Yeah, so there would be no problem if they had perforation on the other side. I'd just flip it and it would be all fine. Mental. Ugh. Okay, so take out that. And now this should fit. I would think. Yes, it's suboptimal, but it fits. Ah. Unreal. Let's just see what that panel fitting is like without that piece there. Mr. Al, we've got this GAMDS like AM4 platform one we're doing now. And then we've got a Fractal North and a Corsair 3500X. I thought I'd have finished this one by now, but we've just found problems. So, if I can pop the other two in, yeah, that'll be enough to hold the panel on. So I'm going to have to leave this like toolless panel plug out. How crazy is that? Stupid. This bend you'll get away with, but Jesus Christ, like with that other piece there, you couldn't do it. Okay, well, I have made my bed, and now I will just have to lie in it, I suppose. Let's just want to check the top panel will go on. Yes, it does. Okay. We've saved the build, but I will not be using this case again. Right. Let's get on to some more positive stuff. The front end is looking pretty good. Let's just get rid of that pigtail cable. So it's looking pretty neat. I could put another cable tie on that GPU cable. Wow, what a case, man. You have to take out the toolless panel piece in order to fit your power supply, and you have to bend the power supply cable in a totally normal way. What a case, man. So I think this is a perfect example of why you cannot trust YouTube reviews. Like, how many times have we seen like people sponsoring this GAMDS M4M case? Jay's done it. I've seen like loads of shorts creators. They've been sent this case to check out, and none of them have mentioned the problems with it. You can't trust people when they're paid to do a review of something. Unless, like, I have a business backend that can support the channel. Madness. Okay, well, listen. Let's put the panels on. It's looking pretty nice. We'll test it out. This LTT pad is actually pretty great. I've had it for years. Can't lie, it is actually really nice. And I don't mind lines. Like, I don't like their videos so much, but if you want to get actual Linus and his actual thoughts, just watch the WAN show. That's when you get actually good Linus. The rest of the time he's like putting on a face for his channel, right? You could change, yeah, I think for the next one I do with this, I'll have to change the cable. Which is, how stupid is that though? Okay, glasses on, and then I'm just checking all the panels are going to go back on. It's the last thing you want, isn't it? It's like put it together and the panels don't seal properly. Okay, cool. So the panels go back on. Okay, that's good. That's something. Bottom corner. Bottom corner glass, is it in? Yeah. Yeah, it's all in. It's all in. A 9060 XT built for £760 with a 5700X and a 32 gigs of RAM. Crazy deal. That sounds like a really good deal. I'm just going to get my calculator out and see. That does sound like a good deal. I definitely couldn't beat that. Okay. Calculator. So I'm going to assume everything is bargain basement. So was it a 5700X? That's 120 quid. Plus, I don't know what cooler it's got. I don't think it'll have the stock cooler, so that's allowed 12 quid for a really cheap cooler. Motherboard, it will be some basic bitch piece of crap, so 50. The 32 gigs of RAM, 110. Oh no, 110. Storage, what SSD has it got? I'll add that at the end. 9060 XT, you can get those for 320 at distributor level. Let's allow 40 for a case. And then what else? What power supply do you think it'll have? Something cheap. It's got 1 terabyte NVMe. All right, so 1 terabyte NVMe. If it's a cheap one, you can get those for 65. And a power supply, I don't know what power supply it's got. Let's just assume it's got some kind of like 550 watt bronze or something. That'll run you like 40 quid. So cost to the builder is 757. And then it will cost them about £22 to ship it. And then what else? That's it really. Shipping. Does it include Windows? So if it includes Windows, then I don't know. Windows included. So OEM license, 15 quid. Well, it depends where you get them from, 15 to 30 quid. So that build is not possible unless they're making a loss or if they're using like old stock or something. 600 watt PS, yeah, so that'll be the same essential cost. Yeah, I mean, that is an insane deal. You can, I mean, these prices I've been using to calculate this are like the lowest prices you can get distributor level. So that is an incredible deal. So I think that is a cracking pickup. Yeah, I think that does sound like a pricing mistake, yeah. Oh, Timmy, you are correct. Thank you. You saved me. You are absolutely correct. You are totally right. Thank you for the save. Appreciate it. Okay. Right, I'll take the glass back off. I just wanted to make sure that it fits, which it does. Get our little power cable. Do you know, I've got the chat is like the Streamlabs chat interface thing on my OBS, and what it said, what you've just written, Mr. Owl, it just says person turquoise waving, person turquoise waving. Okay. I can't believe somebody got that build under 800. That's insane deal, by the way. Utterly insane. Right, let's swap camera angles. I'll have a look at the PC. I mean, it looks nice. That PSU plug thing is unforgivable. I mean, maybe it's just that PSU, but when I do the review, I'll try another power supply out. But all right. So it's like kind of a cheap wood look. It's not the greatest. But overall, it's a pretty nice looking little thing. Just black, just chilled. You know, not bad at all. You don't always need RGB. Okay, so we are booted. That is a good sign. But overall, it's fairly like charcoalish, quite a nice sort of dark color. Pretty sure if somebody just wants like a nice little chilled gaming setup, this will fit the bill. I'd be so interested to try another PSU though, to see if it's just that one that has that plug problem or not. See you, D2. Thanks for joining us, my friend. Hopefully, just keep an eye out for RAM deals, and then if you find a good one, just pick it up and then build your rest of your system after. All right. So, I'll set you down for a second while I get the monitor plugged in. Ooh. Oh, what do you need 64 gigs for, my dude? Timmy, do you know, I was actually thinking, like, I swear, like, my grandparents had furniture that had this exact kind of look back in, like, the early 2000s. I'm sure that was from the 80s. But I think it looks generally okay. Would I ever buy components from an auction? Not me personally, because I sell these through the business, so they won't be able to claim the VAT back on the purchase, so it wouldn't be economical for me to do it. If you're just an individual, then you could do it, couldn't you? Oh, cool. So we've loaded. Oh, I think I've already installed Windows on this one. That's helpful. Must have done it like outside the box. Ah, sweet. Okay. Yeah, I think it's inoffensive. It depends. Like, not everybody wants loads of RGB, so this might be like the perfect build for them. Just a moment. Biggest lie ever told by Windows. Oh my God, flashbang. Okay, so I think I'm going to try and run OCCT in this screen. I'm going to see if I can do it. Let's see. Tell you what, this might be better on the overhead cam actually. Let's give it one of these. Haha, there we go. Ready for Christmas? Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. I'm more like the thing with like the birthdays and the Christmas. Like, it's just a nice time to sort of hang out with your mates, isn't it? I wouldn't say I get into the Christmas spirit that much, but I enjoy it. It's like a nice time of year. Business is absolutely booming at the moment. I just learned that I need to spend more money on advertising. Oh my God, this front USB port is really stiff. Oh, there we go, that's better. Okay. All right, so let's see if we can just run OCCT from here, because that'll be a lot easier. Where's my mouse? Oh. There it is. I don't think a lot of people know that you can do this. Oh, my keyboard's run out of battery. No! .exe. Oh, this keyboard, what? Well, that's not going to work. There we go, exe. Aha, perfect. It's points with, yeah, with an S. Okay. There's something wrong with that USB port, maybe. Oh no, it's just, I don't know what's going on. What a nightmare. It's just a bit tight. I'm going to put it at the back. Yes, I am, but I'm using Rufus. That's not what I'm doing now, though. I've just got everything set up so that when the customer buys the PC, all I have to do is put their username in, and then, because I've already installed all the drivers, I think. So you can install your drivers like even before you set your account up if you want to. This is just something I do to save a bit of time. When I sell the system, it's just already ready. So I'm going to put the graphics driver on, and then we should, I mean, in this environment, you should still be able to run the stress test. So we'll see. Be interesting to find out. They have patched it with, if you use the official USB method, then they have patched it. But if you use Rufus, like the guide I've got on my channel, you don't need to put any bypass stuff in. It's just built in. The other way, if you want to use the official USB, the only way you can get it offline is by using Windows 11 Pro rather than Home, because it will let you use something called the domain join method. You messed up your garage doors. What? How did you do that? Put them on upside down. Classic mistake. I swear, like with every passing year, the time it takes for graphics drivers to install just doubles. It takes so long now. The domain join is not on the video. I could do it as another one if you want. But Rufus also, it like opts you out of all of the tracking and stuff as well. So that's why I prefer it. It's just a simpler way of doing it. Man like Shaft. Ah, yeah. Are you UK based? I'll show you the exact one. Well, it doesn't matter if you're UK based or not, I suppose. But I'll just send you the one that I use. But I just don't know if it's available in the US. That's it. That's the only thing. Let me just load up the live chat. That's the one that I use. I'll put it in the chat now. Oh, it's the screen, and it's also because there's lots of sunlight coming in from the left. Like it just makes it all really obvious. I will give it a clean. It's just part and parcel of living in the PC house, bro. Uh, did the build go smoothly? I'll let the I'll let the chat answer that question for you because it did not go smoothly, but we got there in the end. It started off all right. Everything was going well, and then there was a bit of a power supply debacle. Why is that so fuzzy on the screen? Uh, is that any better? Yeah, that's better. I just manually focused it. Um, well, I might show you in a minute, but the power supply mounting design of this case is honestly dreadful. The way that they've done it is just really stupid. It wasn't a 12 pin, no, thankfully. It was the extension cord that goes from the back of the PC to where the power supply lives. Oh my god, terrible design. We'll show you in a minute. it was I had to take out, there's those little pieces where the toolless panels like slot in. I had to take one out. Bad times, man. I would not recommend this GAMDS case. We'll finish like sort of early afternoon, like 2 or 3-ish. So we'll do the giveaway winner at 12. Yeah, I don't know why the Prime 95 isn't. Usually it goes up. Yeah, what the hell? Why is it only running at 35 watts? That is weird. Although the frequency's good, man. Like that's what this CPU does. That's so strange. Yeah, why is it only put at 35 watts? Yeah, it's a 5500. But I thought that was a 65-watt chip, right? I mean, the frequency is what I would expect from this, but yeah, 65 watts. Well, I mean, I know this. It's a cheap board, so it doesn't have PBO. But that just seems really strange to me that it's only at 30. It's almost like it's in eco mode or something. That's real weird. Should we? Tell you what. Well, we'll head into the BIOS. We'll have a little look. Make sure we've not missed anything. Okay. So yeah, that's on. I can't see any eco mode here. Platform power. ERP is off. This all seems fine. Advanced CPU settings, core performance boost auto. AMD cool and quiet function enabled. What is that enabled by default? Bruh. This is why you have to test your PC. You can't just send it out. You have to make sure that there's no weirdness going on. But this just shows me that it's vindicated me and why cheap gigabyte motherboards under £100 are usually a bad idea. Crazy. I saw that 35 watts and I was like, that is some kind of weird eco mode, right? Because that is, eco mode is always 35 on these, I think. Crazy times. I think to earn the incel points, it's like you earn one every half an hour, I think. But I think if you put a chat message in, it like starts the process a bit earlier. So you'll probably get another one very soon. Well, boys, always test your PC yourself. That's all I can say. I used to be a explorer. Now I'm more of an explorer. You like my Wi-Fi names? Big Chungus? I've got Big Chungus. I've got Enormous Chungus, and I've got Guest Chungus. Every Chungus you can think of. Whoa, max 45 incel points. Very nice. Incel inside. I'm going to start selling those t-shirts. No exclamation point raffle. We'll do it in a bit. Give people a chance to build up some points if they're new to the stream. It still says 35 watts. Not new. What about if I just run something in here? Maybe it's Prime 95. It's not. Yeah, it's a decent build. Would not recommend this Gamdius case. That's all I'm going to say. Oh, wait, hang on. Oh, it's Prime 95 being a little bitch. That's weird. Maybe Prime 95 doesn't run properly if you're not logged into an account. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. So if I stop that now, it's going to go back down to 30, isn't it? All right. Can we do... I think power does all of it. It's weird though, because Prime 95 is using 100% of the CPU, but the power usage never goes above 35 on this. That is It's crazy. I wonder why. It all seems fine. I'll give it a bit longer off stream. All right. Well. Danny's got one incel point. And do you know what? One is all you need to be in with a chance of winning. I'm not going to subject you guys to watching a stress test for like an hour, so I'll just do this later. We'll give one more look to this build before we say goodbye to this one and move on to the next. Let's swap to camera angle 2 and just a momentito. What? See, I don't usually photograph in this kind of sunlight because it just completely bleaches the black, but it is a black build. Little wood panel on the front. Just a dark interior. I've not gone with any RGB in this one. Keep it simple. Now, those of you that are late to joining us, I will show you the power supply problem with the Athena M4M. And this just goes to show you you cannot just trust blindly what you see on YouTube, because you've got all these tech tubers saying this cable, this is great. Look what I've had to do to the cable. Barbaric. And worse still, I had to take out the toolless panel plug piece in order to get this to actually fit. I don't know what they were thinking with that. Do power supplies normally have it on that side or that side? I can't actually remember. But it wouldn't matter either way, would it? I don't know. I'll have to try another unit, but that's crazy. I mean, that is like, that. If you bend that anymore, it's unacceptable. That is just like, that's on the borderline of acceptable. But that's just poor design, isn't it? Like, I mean, it could just be this unit. Like, do they normally sit higher? I'm going to get another unit. I'm going to go and find another unit and look. Because that's unacceptable if that's all of them. Have I seen the Lee swivel PSU? Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a gimmick, isn't it? I never see the point of any of those shift PSUs. But, I mean, it's like, it's one of those things. It's cool, but who cares? I don't need that. I just put my power supply in, and then I don't need to touch it again. Not like I'm swapping systems every week, is it? Right, I've got a Montech Century 2 here, so we can compare where the plug is and whether it's the power supply that's weird or the case. No, dude, that is the same. I swear that, if anything, that one's... Oh no, that's probably about this. What the hell? Am I tripping here, or is that's in the same position, right? The same shape, same position. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Unless that's the other, is that the other way up? Would be my only other thing. Ah, so it is the other way up. So I think that... No, because look, that's just as bad. The only difference you'd get from having it this way round. Oh, you can't really see because of the goddamn exposure. 1 second. And that's too bright. There you go. So, I mean, that's marginally better because you'd still be able to put your panel piece on. But it's still bad design, isn't it? Absolutely knucking futs. Yeah, so it's the other way up. So the cable would go like that way around. But they didn't think about this. They need to have made that much more low profile. Throwing flashbang. All right, well, let's say goodbye to this one, baby. On to the next. I will show the Linus email in a minute. Well, it's not from him, it's from his media team. We'll get one of the screwdrivers out in a minute. Yeah, we'll go to the side instead would be an even better solution, wouldn't it? Yeah. But then again, if it's upside down, like it could, yeah, you'd still have a problem. So tough one. They should have just placed the power supply like very slightly further this way. Sacrificed a small amount of CPU cooler height to make it safe. But what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Think fast, Juggle. Boys like us, we don't mess around, huh? We're the best. The best in the business, actually. Okay. So we're just going to have a quick peek. Today we learn 1. Cheap, super cheap gigabyte motherboards that are like 50 quid. No, is the answer to that question. Gamdius case, probably don't recommend it because you could get the Fantex XTM3 for the same price, which with much better build quality and a similar footprint. All right, let's see if I can get this this Linus email up. I'm just getting the page ready. 1 sec. No, that's not the window that I want. I want this one. There we go. See, I'm not BSing. It's a real thing. Yes, you do have to be present for the giveaway, but I encourage touching grass. I mean, the thing is, we're going to announce it on the stream, and if they don't respond, then it goes to the next person. So yes, you do have to be. So, but I don't know why. Like, why would they look at my channel and give me that? I don't get it. I don't understand what's in it for them. But I'll take the free screwdrivers. So they gave me an orange one and a black one. They're quite weighty. They do feel pretty good, but we'll see. So we can give these a whirl. I'll save the orange one. We'll use the black for now. They also got me a card. I think I'll open that in a video, but we'll see. We'll work it out in a minute, Ozzy. So I'll get the winner to message the company, my company, and then I'll do a secure way to make sure that it goes to the right person, basically. Don't worry. So what's going on here? So I need the attachments. Give one to the RAM winner. Maybe I might do. Yeah, I could give one away, couldn't I? Because realistically, I don't need two, do I? So they give you bits, but they give you bits in a cardboard packet, which is not ideal. But they should put them in a little barrel on the side or something. Okay. So what am I going to need? Phillips 2. That looks like a Phillips 2. We'll try it. We'll see what the action's like. I don't think screwdriver giveaway has quite the pull that DDR5 giveaway does. Okay. Next PC. Right, what do you guys want? Do you want a Fractal North 5070 build? Or do you want a Corsair 3500X 5070 Ti build? I'll put a poll. We'll do a quick poll. Start poll. Right, I'll put it in a poll, then it'll be easier. Vote in the poll, ladies and gentlemen, and we will decide. So it looks like, yeah, I mean, Fractal's winning at the moment. We'll see. I'll give it like a minute and then we'll carry on. All right, looks like the Fractal North's going to take it. North it is. It's very popular. You get loads of people wanting these. Oh, okay. I'll assemble the platform first. All right, 2 terabyte SSD, 32 gig. This is like my gold dust, man. I've only got one more kit of this left after this. The DDR5 CL30 stuff, PL750D, MSI Inspire 5070, Phantom Spirit cooler, and Eagle. We love the Eagle. It is a landslide victory for the North. North takes it. And we will have the giveaway at 12. That is confirmed. We will do the giveaway at 12. Okay. Put that back inside. I'm just going to put these away. Thanks, YouTube, cover and chat with the poll. Do I could probably just end this poll now because it's just not that it's not a huge landslide anymore. But it looks like the North has won, so I'll end the poll there. How do you get, so the points have been running since last week, so would have picked up a lot of points by watching last week. Honestly, the Eagle AX, absolute workhorse. Pretty nice little thing. Little motherboard for you. When did I start it? I started the business like really technically like 4 years ago, but really it's the last like year and a bit. So yeah, last year and a bit I've been doing it properly. I'm a doctor as well, but I've taken the last 3 months off to build the business up a bit. I'll have to go back for a bit, but yeah. So yeah. Oh, Ollie, good to see you, buddy. Amazing. Yeah, yeah. Oh no, it's good, mate. It's good. Yeah, really nice. Like, so Ollie picked up I think it's called the Edge Apex. Like, it's one of our best sellers by quite a long way, actually. 5070 Ti and 7800X 3D. It's a really sweet little price to performance build. So, yeah, I hope you enjoy it. Obviously, don't forget to look at the setup instructions, and don't forget to take out the internal foam, please. Okay. Oh, that's bright, isn't it? Jesus Christ. Only been a sub for 1, but that's okay, Timmy. We appreciate everybody here. We love it. Thanks for joining. I think the Gigabyte mid-range boards are good. Like the really cheap ones, I would definitely avoid. But anything like this range and above is fantastic. We've got Philo. Good to see you, Philo. Home fail appointed, yeah. The main one is the main thing is when people plug the monitor into the graphics card. So I lean quite heavily into telling people not to plug it in there in the motherboard. Try plug it into the graphics instead. All right. Crunch the RAM in. Oh, I'm so sad to see this RAM go, man. I've only got one more kit of this A-Data Lancer after this. And then I'm slumming it with CL36. All right. So we've got our CPU somewhere. Where have I put it? It's the problem with using the tray CPUs is that they can go walkabouts. 1 second. Got it. No cooking channel. You need to avoid Gigabyte A520. Well, you can try it. The difficulty is the RAM is difficult compatibility on the really cheap Gigabyte boards. So you might be all right with it, but your RAM might not work. So I don't know. I mean, I got away with it. I just used the Gigabyte A520 in that last one, and it worked. But that's the problem with the cheap Gigabytes, is the RAM, just the compatibility is quite poor with the really cheap ones. The plans for Xmas are, well, building more computers today and tomorrow, so that I'll have a few that are ready for like next day delivery from Monday. And then just chilling with some family, you know, and then I don't stop working, man. I just work and work, but it's good fun. Okay, so we need to put the SSD in next. So you can choose where to put the SSD in these. I'm gonna put it in this one, just because in terms of like the customer wanting to upgrade their computer later, it's much easier if I just leave this top one free for them to upgrade to. Obviously the other ones don't, the other slots don't have heat sinks on them, but I think for a Gen 4 drive without DRAM, I don't think it's going to be an issue. So I'll happily put that in one of these. But you could put it in any. If you're building your own and you don't mind taking out your GPU to upgrade later, then chuck it the top one. How's the giveaway going? Yeah, it's okay. We're giving the RAM away in about 20 minutes. So not long now. So obviously this is an air-cooled system. Let's use the Linus driver. Let's see. So I'm trying to work out which way the ratchet's going. I mean, it's fine. It's a screwdriver. The problem with it is, like, this material is quite slippery. Like, I want, like, a grippy screwdriver. It's pretty smooth, but I can already feel it, like, rubbing on my fingers a bit. So, like, I can't fault the build quality. It feels very solid. Looks nice, but I think they should have put some kind of, like, foam or rubber over this. Have you seen my pure domination? I don't know. The winner has not been decided yet. No, it will be at 12. It will be revealed. It's like a raffle draw. It will be happening at 12. It's global as well. Anyone can win. It's not who has the most points. The points are like tickets into the raffle. So theoretically, you could win if you just had 1 point. But obviously, the more points that you got, the more chance of winning you get. I think that's more fun, right? IMHO. How many people? I don't actually know. I'll have a look in a minute. Not long now. Oh yeah. Oh hell yeah. Oh, hang on, I've got a delivery. Oh, right. Sorry, I just had a load of packing boxes delivered, which I've really needed actually, so it's very helpful. Okay, so mount the cooler. You won a washing machine once. Pog champ, as they say. Pog champ. Oh, it's getting bloody bright in here, boys. What is a tech store selling washing machines? Like Currys. Okay. The AMD stoppers. You won a washing machine. Did you need a washing machine? You don't want to go. Why would you go to work when you can just earn gold? All right. Oh, I forgot how dry the Thermalright paste is. This is drier than your mum. And I would know. Oh, Mike's come in. He's got one insult point. That's a ticket. He's in the raffle. Just an air-cooled build. Fractal North. It's really popular. Fractal North is really popular. The Corsair 3000D really popular as well. It's not much, but you're in. But you're in, and you've got to be in it to win it. Okay, so we need two fans. Put one fan there, one fan in the middle, I guess. It's got to be the easiest way. Then we could put a rear case fan on as well, couldn't we? And that just about fits. That's why I use the low profile RAM. If you don't have the low profile RAM, you can put the fans like in the middle and then on the outside. Oh, thanks, dude. Yeah, well, appreciate it. Appreciate it. It's just good to do something nice. Try and be a bit positive. That's like that. So this one should be here. I'm just happy with the Chris. I think I'll look up the logic in a minute. It's something like for every 30 minutes you watch, you get a point. But I think when you chat, it sort of starts it, the process. I think something like that. You might get points just for lurking, actually. I can't remember. I think you should get points, even if you're just lurking. That's fine. I mean, to be honest, I'm a lurker as well on other people's stuff. Like, I barely ever comment. If I'm watching live, I don't really interact. I just have it on in the background while I'm doing something else. Oh, come on. There we go. Beautiful. There's something kind of pleasing just about a simple black heatsink. Just works, doesn't it? It just works. Okay. Let's plug those fans in. Fantastico. So platform done. What time is it? 11:51. Right. Rather than get the case out and start the rest of this, let's get the giveaway started in a minute. So what I'd say, guys, is if you're a lurker, just do exclamation mark points now. Get yourself a ticket. You should already have a ticket, but I just need to be sure. And then we're gonna announce the winner. All right, I'm gonna put my camera back on the tripod. Okay. Oh, that's punched in, isn't it? Bloody hell, got a bit more than you bargained for there, boys. Oof. God, I'm pale, aren't I? Oh, Meslinak, no, you got no points. Right, I'm going to give you a point. And Nick J, you can have a point as well. I'll add you one. I just need to copy that name. Let me just see if this works. Oh, it's so bright, dude. Honestly, I shouldn't complain about the British weather. Hang on. There we go. Oh, need an ND filter. Right, I'll try Nick J's first because that's the easiest one to remember. So exclamation mark, add points, name, amount. Wonder if does this work? Right, Nick J, try it again. Yes, it is time for the giveaway in a second. Unable to find it. Oh, hang on a minute. Okay, hang on. Maybe I have to put the at. What? You don't need, James, you've already got points, so you're automatically entered. Wait to get 100 views. No, I won't get 100 views because I don't put giveaway in the title. Right, hang on a minute. So why doesn't that work? Because no, this is just I just set up a company. That's how I. So why doesn't that work? What do you mean unable to find? Oh, Streamlabs, you're doing my bonce in. Right, I'm going to try it with the other dude. Where's the other guy? They didn't have any points. Oh, Streamlabs, what are you doing to me? What are you doing to me here? Add points to all viewers. 1 point. Let's try that. You haven't missed the giveaway. We're doing it. We're doing it now. We're just about. I'm just trying to see if I can add a point to everybody watching. But I don't know if Streamlabs is just having a moment. No, I'm not a Mancunian. Although I do have a lot of respect for Manchester because they're doing good stuff for local businesses. Okay, right. If you had 0 points before, try one more time. I'd like 1 point, please, sir. Please, sir, I want some points. Maybe it just takes a minute for this to interval. Right, so you all right. Basically, everyone, if you want to be in the giveaway, you need to type something in the chat. It doesn't matter what it is. Just type hi or check your points. I'm changing, and the points interval is 5 minutes. So if you chat once, you'll get added to the pool, and you'll get a point every 5 minutes. I think also if you subscribe to the channel as well, you get bonus points. At least according to Streamlabs. So I'll give, what I'm going to do, 12:05 we will do the draw. Steve Moulton, hello. So guys, everybody, if you want to be in with a chance to win it and you haven't typed anything in the chat this stream so far, you need to type something. You get a point every 5 minutes. And if you subscribe, I think you get bonus points as well. Ozzy, you've already got 1,000,000 points. You don't need to type anything. So if you've got some points, it won't help by talking more. But if you've got no points, then you just need, yeah, exactly, write something. Something is exactly the right kind of thing to put. Oh, I feel like I'm in Australia. It's like, oh, keep the sun away from me. Apparently, if you tell Streamlabs that it's the best streaming software, they give you 1,000,000 points. I think maybe if you like the stream, you get points. I'm trying to, I don't know, definitely on subscription. All right, so everybody got to earn your incel points. And we will do the giveaway at 12:05. So type something in the chat now, earn your points. And of course, we will finish the Fractal North build. I don't think I'll have time to do the Corsair one today. So I'll probably just do that off stream. But the Fractal North will definitely finish after this is done. See, Max is all over it. He knows all the little inside secrets. Mike, see, praising Streamlabs. So everybody praise Streamlabs. Never won anything in your 46 years. That's not right, Calais. You've won a place in my heart. And that's actually more important than any physical prize you could ever win. And tell me, this jumper is not S tier. How does it feel taking the jump, starting a PC building company? How much competition is security comes from all job? Yeah, well, the thing is, like, because I have got my medical degree, I can go back, and because I live somewhat rurally, the hospitals nearby, they tend to need people. So I can get shifts when I need to, and the money's not too bad. So it's not the same as a normal person doing it, because I've got quite a good line of income if I really need it. But it is hard, and PC building, I wouldn't recommend anyone get into it. It won't be the growth vector that I use to like have it as my career, because it just wouldn't make enough money. You'd have to build like 4 PCs a day with a quite a high margin to actually make any decent money. So there's not really much money in it. You can just do it as a hobby if you like building them. But I'm going to leverage this in other ways, like do education products for universities and things like that. So it's a bit more like a side hustle. You can only turn it into a business with other avenues of interest. You're confused about the RAM memory thing. It's not very confusing. There's big data center people that want loads of memory. So therefore there's more competition for the supply. Therefore the price goes up. How do you think you could save money to build a PC? Do you mean save up money, like to earn money? I don't know, just what do people need doing? Do it for them. That's it. Well, the thing is, James, it depends with the doctor supply thing. It depends where you are in the country. Like if you go to London, because the hospitals are so clustered together, there's actually loads of competition for the jobs. Whereas if you come down to like the countryside, everything's more spread out. So just the geography of it, things being further apart, means the competition's a bit lower. But the other thing is that like being a doctor is great and everything, but it's not well rewarded in this country compared to other countries where you get like a lot more prestige and a lot more money, which is not everything is about money, obviously, but it's a hard job, man. It's a really, really hard degree to pass. It's really hard to get into university to study it. So I think it should be rewarded. That's just my opinion. Yeah. If you get this RAM, you could buy a 144 Hz monitor. Well, we'll see, won't we? So coming up, yeah, America is hard as well. But the thing is with America, right? Yes, it's very hard, but the payoff you get is fantastic, right? So that's the difficult. The doctors are on strike now, NHS. Yeah, because I just go in and do temporary shifts every now and again, so I'm not really on strike as such. But when I was working, it is I was part of it. Yeah. It's just it's difficult because I do get it. Like the public aren't going to be on side because everybody's suffering, but you can't like. The problem is that the last 15 years, the doctors have been stretched and just been putting up with so much BS and like really stretching themselves thin because they want to do a good job. But there comes a point where it's just not enough. Like the hours you do, the conditions you work in are so poor that it's just too much to put up with anymore. And it's just like eventually it's the straw that breaks the camel's back. Yeah, there is the influenza A, the difficult, yeah, the tough strain of flu, but really the treatment is just antivirals and wait, right? And if if the respiratory function gets really poor, they have to go to ICU for intubation. So the treatment is fairly straightforward, actually. Okay, so let's do the giveaway in just a second. Let me load up what I need to load up to get the giveaway going. So next 1 to 2 minutes, we will have a winner. Right, because the way that Streamlabs works, I need to refresh it at the last minute. Right, 12:05 now, according to my clock. So I'm going to refresh the page and I'm going to feed all of these names in. Hopefully there's not too many pages. Please don't be too many pages. Right, this will just take me a couple of minutes. Oh, there's going to be so many, isn't there? Jesus, I didn't think about this. Right, just bear with me. I'm feeding it all in, and we will have a winner. So many names here that I haven't seen in the stream for ages. Right, getting there. I don't know how many pages of the... We're down to the people with 1 point now, so hopefully there's not too many... Yes, okay. Right, I'm going to feed these in and hopefully it will... Okay, right, gonna set it up now. Okay, refreshed, ready to go. So what we need is window capture. And then we need to change the window capture to... Because it has to be ChatGPT. Come on, guys, this is like... It has to be. It's only right that we get AI to find the winner of the AI problem, okay? So... It does take a few minutes to generate it, I'm pretty sure. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Revealing the winner. I thought doing it this way would be quite like ironic and funny. Oh, God. I thought the sun had gone behind clouds then. Oh. Oh. Oh, it's taking its time generating this pic. Blue smacks. Have we got blue smacks in the chat? If we don't, so you have until... You got 2 minutes to reply if you're in the chat, blue smacks. Well, we don't know if they're in the chat. We might have to re-roll it. He's got 1 minute to type in the chat. He's got 1 minute before we re-roll. I think it's going to take a few re-rolls until we get the person, not going to lie. Who is Big Smacks next of kin? Right, we're re-rolling. That's it. You've missed it. Re-roll. I bet I'm gonna have, do you know what? I'm actually gonna check the username to make sure it hasn't hallucinated. And I went, it is Elon Musk. As if ChatGPT would ever let Elon win. It's like their competitor, isn't it? Oh my god! Max! He's won! No way! See you later, Ozzy. Now the question is, Max, do you need it? If you need it, you can have it. But if you've already got a DDR5 system, then maybe you want to let me re-roll this for somebody. But it's up to you. You're the winner. So you let me know. But I need you available for the next 5 minutes so that I can actually get this to you. Well, tell you what, look, he did praise Streamlabs and it did work. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. There you go. You've won. So what I need to do, Max, is I need you to go to pc36.co.uk, start a live chat, and just say, "Give me my RAM, please, senpai," and then I'll confirm that it's you via the chat. No, it's yours. It's yours. You should claim it. So just go to pc36.co.uk, send a chat message via the live chat, and but I need you to stay in the YouTube chat as well. Yeah, senpai. Okay. I'll just wait for your message to come through on the Shopify chat. But yeah, because I'll give you a code and you need to type the code in the live chat so that I can confirm it's you. So if I get like 5 people messaging me, I don't want to give it to the wrong person. So Nani, senpai. If he lives in Antarctica, that's where it's going. I hope DPD can deliver to Antarctica. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, you could just so on the website there should be a little chat bubble thing in the bottom left, right? You could just click that, or you can do the contact us. But I think probably easier just if you go on the website, there's a little chat icon in the bottom left. Usually, just click on that. Yeah, it might. I think if I remember rightly, Max lives somewhere in Europe, so I think it won't be too bad. I really hope it's not too bad. Oh, Austria, that'd be fine. Yeah, that'd be fine. Yeah, totally fine. You've got DPD in Austria, haven't you? I mean, I could just use regular mail if needed. No, not Australia. Austria. Yeah, they must have depots out there, right? I'm just waiting for your message, Max. I'll confirm it in the chat. AlphaStar, if I install 16 gigabytes G-Skill Trident Z, yeah, I mean, it might do AlphaStar. It's just the timings on it might be different. So you could just try it. If it works fine, then great. If you start getting problems with like stuttering and things like that, then you might have to think about selling them and getting a kit. So all you could do is try it, right? It will probably be all right. Oh, yes. All right, I've given you the code. Just type the code in the chat, and then it's confirmed. You have to type it, or you're not getting the RAM. You got it, Max. You've claimed it. There you go. So I'll just you just need to drop your address in the chat on the website, and then I'll send it out to you, buddy. So there you go. Save 200 quid off your PC build. Not bad. Yeah, well, James, 7800 XT is actually a fantastic graphics card. My friend's got one. I built his computer for him, and it's amazing. Oh, that's okay, Max. I appreciate it. I'm actually kind of glad that you won, to be honest, because you've been here for ages. And you probably do have 1,000,000 points. Should we have a look at who had the most points? Right, I just need to swap the window capture to Firefox. So Aussie was top with 57. Jaka's very close behind, 56. But there you go. See, it shows that having the points gets you up there, because Max was in third. I forgot that's your name, James. James on the toilet. Oh, Blue Smacks has really lost it there, bro. We're just on YouTube, Sushi. Right, Max, while you're here, I'm just gonna, thanks for your address. I'm obviously not gonna reveal it or anything, so just let me swap back to this. I just want to check that I can put that into DPD. So just give me 2 minutes while I work that out. Because, like, you know, every country's got like a different way of like setting up their addresses and stuff. God, my laptop's going mental. It's really loud now. Right, ship to Austria. Weight. Oh, it's not going to be much, like 0.25 kilos, right? Like nothing. Destination address. And then I will try what you've given me here. How do I type your address in? Which bit of what you've given me is like a postcode? You have 5% battery. Well, it doesn't matter. We can work it out later anyway, can't we? Tell you what, if I put that into Google. Right, let's try that. Just going to give this a minute just to try and work out. Which bit of it's the postcode? $1,200. Well, I'll work it out. I'm sure it's fine. I'll send that out to you at some point soon. Right, let's crack on with this. I'll probably be able to send that out for you like Monday, I think. So should only be a few days after that. You might have it in time for Crimbo. Who knows? Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Well, it looks like your battery has lasted just as long as you needed to. Congratulations. Yeah, I'll be able to work it out, Max. If not, I'll just message you on that website chat. So don't worry. Can you believe I'm getting FPS drops on Overwatch for the 4090? Yeah, it'd be your CPU and probably your RAM. It'd be the RAM. The RAM is a lot more important than people think. Right, not for like max FPS, but for the smoothness. Okay, it wasn't a fancy kit. Just a 16 gig kit, DDR5 6000, C36. Just get somebody started on AM5 that needs it. Why not? Okay, well, I'll be able to find it out, Max. Okay. I'll confirm it with you before I print any labels. The other thing with the stutters as well, sometimes it goes away if you just reinstall Windows. I've had it happen in Fortnite a few times. Right, let's get this off the table and we can start with the case. Oh, 7800X3D. So the RAM shouldn't matter quite as much for that, usually. Interesting it's an X3D though, because honestly, I would really try a fresh install of Windows. Like, not reset this PC. Like, actually make the USB stick, delete the partitions, reinstall Windows, and see if it fixes your problem, because it actually might. But if you're on like CL46 RAM, that's probably your problem. Or if you haven't set your Expo profile in the BIOS. You shouldn't break everything. No, you should be all right. I think this is like the third Fractal North build we've done on live streams on this channel. It's so popular. Oh, Wesley. Hey, darling. What with Crucial going out of storage business, what does that mean for RMAs if things go wrong? Usually they keep a skeleton crew, don't they, for RMAs? Usually. But you might not have any warranty at all. You just don't know. You just don't know until somebody tries it. And it will probably be like region dependent as well. I would say though, DDR5 doesn't go bad as much as DDR4 did. Like DDR4 days, you used to get faulty RAM kits all the time, but it doesn't seem to happen with DDR5. I don't know if it's because it's either just better internal logic, or it's the fact that the DDR5's got like some kind of ECC built into it. Oh, hell yeah. New keyboard, Hall Effect switch. Nice, yeah. I'm still on my classic Logitech G815, and it's so damn good, man. So nice for typing as well. But the thing is with DPD, at least in this country, like when the reason I ship all my PCs on a Friday is because usually they'll just deliver it on Saturday anyway, even if you don't pay for Saturday delivery. So yeah, and I do rate DPD. Like they can all get a bit of a bad reputation, but actually DPD are actually one of the ones that actually take care of your parcels. That's what I've found anyway. If I recall, they've already said they will uphold warranty thing. Good. Well, they should really, shouldn't they? That's the right thing to do. That's good to know. All looks to be in order. We could put the rear fan in first, couldn't we? The laptop RAM to did he? Well, I'll have to have a look at that. Yeah, because Jacob was saying something about that in the chat the other day, actually, about you could get a laptop RAM converter. Got the Wooting. Oh, that is fancy. Oh, okay. Find my fan screws are here. Good. could deliver it personally, or to Austria, deliver his RAM. If the people are local, I'd deliver the computers. Or they usually just come and collect them, actually. It's always the safer way. I mean, I do package them quite well, but it's never going to be as safe as just coming to collect your PC, is it? You see, I've already given up on using the line screwdriver, unfortunately. The electric is just far too convenient. A split space bar. Oh, does that mean it's got two like switches in it? That's actually a pretty good idea. I'll just plug that into the top one, I think. Oh, you guys know a lot about keyboards. Honestly, ever since I bought that Logitech G815 for the low profile keys, I'm just like, dude. Yeah. Hedgehog's got a new PC delivered by DPD. Yeah, exactly. I find DPD is definitely the best for shipping out the PCs. I don't know any companies that use anyone other than DPD. They're just like the only ones that are trustworthy. I think Scan only use DPD anyway. I don't think they use anyone else. I think everything I've ever had from Scan has always been DPD, which is good. Okay. Honestly, such a workhorse power supply, this. So damn good, man. PL750D. Whoa. Oh yeah, you can't do it that way on this, can you? To get the back door. Zulu, yes, it's a Deepcool PL750D. Really good PSU for the money. They're around £45, but they're 750 watts. They're pretty damn reliable, and they come with a 12 volt 2x6 cable for NVIDIA as well, like natively. So it's a really good PSU for the money. The only difficulty is like you do get loads of fully wired cables with it, so that's the downside. But in this kind of case, there's loads of room for like stuffing those cables away, so it doesn't really matter. But if you want a smaller case, you'll need something modular. Yeah, they're pretty good. You could You could get like a, if you had a Ryzen system, you could power a 5070 Ti with this just about. Although usually I think an 850 is going to be better for a 5070 Ti. But for like the 70 class, you're golden with this. Does it matter if you get a Wi-Fi motherboard or a non-Wi-Fi? No, it doesn't matter. I mean, it depends if you use Wi-Fi, right? I think though, I mean, I only use Wi-Fi motherboards for 98% of my builds, because you just like, you never know if that cable, that Ethernet cable, is going to break. It's just nice to have that backup, and usually the Wi-Fi means that you've got Bluetooth bundled as well. So, but I don't know why they would say that, Zulu. The people that say that actually haven't used the product, so I don't trust them. Like, I've used probably about 100 of this exact power supply, and I've never had a single RMA. But I've had about 5 or 6 RMAs with Corsair, and Corsair are also fantastic. But you need to. I just go based on my experience, and these are fantastic. No issues with these whatsoever. The only PSUs that had major problems was the Gigabyte P750G. I think Gamers Nexus covered it at one point. I did have like 3 of those break in a short space of time, so I stopped using them. Would I have a dual stream? No, I wouldn't, because I like to keep an eye on the chat, and having it all like between different places and people can't see the chat and stuff. I'd much rather just have it in one place, even if it means fewer people. It just adds a layer of complication to the social media that I don't need. Ugh. And I guess TikTok, you'd have to do it vertically anyway, right? I'm guessing. I don't know. And I wouldn't even bother with Twitch, because like, unless you've already got a huge following, I don't think Twitch is very good, is it? Because there's no like algorithm to discover people. It's just whoever's at the top of that category just gets more viewers. That's the way I understood it anyway. You'd be saying thank you for the ice cream. Is that NPC thing that I've seen? Thank you for the ice cream cones. Is that like the equivalent of a like, is it, on TikTok? Thermal take for PSUs, yes, but it's a bit like, you do have to be a bit careful with which thermal takes you go for. Like, I think there's one called like the thermal take smart, which aren't very good, but there are some thermal take tough powers that are really good. So yeah, it's variable. Whereas I find the deep cools, they're all, even from the low end to the higher end, they're all really good. So yeah, I mean, just in terms of reliability, I don't have the ability to measure ripple and other things like that, but yeah, Seasonic are pretty damn solid. They're just really expensive nowadays, but they are very solid, yes. So I don't tend to use thermal take unless they're like the tough power golds or platinums. But even then, I don't really bother. Like with the 850s, it's always Montek Sentry 2 or Corsair RM850E, because for the sake of like £5 or £10 saving, I know the customers want one of those well-known power supplies, so it doesn't serve me to save that £5 or £10 per build. Right, so that's don't need that one. We just need, so we've got the 12-volt 2x6, but we'll feed that through later. The only one I need now is CPU power. That's going to go like that. So actually, we need it this way round. So I'll just pre-feed that CPU power cable through, particularly with a tower cooler. It'll make our lives a lot easier in a second. Fab. Oh, see, so that's 800. Oh, the focus gold. Yeah, nice. Yeah. Yeah, those are really solid. Yeah, those would not give you any problems at all. Cool. So it fits. So by pre-routing the cable, right, you can just, if you're careful, you're just going to give yourself a bit more space to plug this CPU power cable in, because if you put this in place, you have to feed your hand like through a tiny gap here. Much easier. Just plug it in first and then move it over. And you've just made your life about 10 million times easier. Screws. What A levels did you get? So I'll just do you the whole history, shall I? So GCSE, I got A star and something, and then 6 A's and a C. Basically, my school was an art school, so they forced you to do drama. So that's what I got a C in. And then A level, I did PE actually, physical education, but I dropped that after 1 year. And then just chemistry, biology, and English. I got 100%. Actually, got 100% in English, and then I got A in chemistry and A in biology. So not bad. I used to study like a demon back then. Not anymore. It's a Fractal North case with the nice wood front. I'll show you in a second. I reckon this build will be finished in about half an hour, max half an hour, probably more like 20 minutes. Speed run. Well, Sushi. So I'll tell you something, Sushi. So off stream, yesterday I built 6 PCs in 8 hours and tested them. But that was off stream, so it's a lot faster. When you've built enough, it does not take long. It really doesn't. Particularly if you know, like the CPU cooler, all the Thermalright mounts, they're all the same. So I can do a Thermalright cooler. Doesn't matter which type of cooler I get, they're all basically the same. So slap it on, easy. But if you're doing it for the first time, you're following all the instruction manuals and stuff, it does take longer. But that's okay, man. Like, I'm doing this to sell. If you're doing it just to have fun, you should just take your time, enjoy the process. That's the whole point, right? Your youngest niece is currently studying medicine at King's College. My condolences. No, I'm kidding. Medicine's still cool, man. It's just not in a good spot in the UK at the moment. It just needs to be rewarded a bit more. And we're in that difficult position where absolutely I think free at the point of use healthcare is fantastic. But in a way, people don't value what's given for free. So it's really difficult to make that balance. Like, I really like free at the point of use healthcare, because I just think the fact that you can be ill and not get treatment because of money, I think is awful. But equally, you have to reward people that put in the work to get high achievements. Like getting into medicine, you'll know, is absolutely grueling. You have to be in like the top 5% of your class in everything. And it's, I can only speak on like the doctor side of things, not getting paid enough and having bad hours. But it's the same for everybody. Like the nurses pay is probably even worse than ours. Like they should be paid like 1.5 times what they're being paid. It's a shambles. And I get that funds are tight, guys, but this is healthcare. This is keeping you alive. You've got to look after the people that keep you alive. Jesus Christ. Yes, you're right. It's the Thermalright Phantom Spirit. So it's similar to the Peerless Assassin, except the heat sinks are black. So it looks a bit nicer. Although they might do a black Peerless Assassin now. I can't remember. Right, I just got to... Basically, one of the issues with the Fractal North is it's only got one cable routing hole out the top. So you've just got to wiggle everything through. So just bear with me a minute while we do that. I think that the country is in such a weird spot because like it's also like pretty hostile to businesses as well, which I know it's, you know, we want to shit on business owners, but they're the ones that provide the jobs. So I don't know, maybe our public services need to be a little bit meaner. But we also need to be encouraging people to like make businesses and things like that. Because there's only so much you can cut away by taxing people before people just get sick of it and stop working. It's so difficult to toe that line. So, you know, it's not an easy thing to fix. Thought about working in the private sector. Yeah, I have, but you have to be like a top level consultant, which is another thing that's very different to America. In this country, so you finish your medical school, and then you have something, you know, akin to minimum 3 years to be a general practitioner, or usually 8 to 10 years to become a consultant. But it's not guaranteed. You have to do so much work outside of work to get into those posts. And you're doing a lot of service provision rather than actually training. So, I mean, in America, you get to that high level within 4 years after graduating, rather than 8 to 10 years. So, it's a different comparison. What was the case in the first build? That was the Gam Dias M4M. Well, I don't know. I don't believe any politician when they say anything. Whether Brexit was right or not, I don't know. I mean, it seems to have not been, but then maybe if we voted the other way, things might have still been as bad, and then we would have blamed it on not doing Brexit. So I don't. It's hard to know. Like you don't have all the information available, so we can't say. The consensus opinion is that it hasn't been successful, but we don't have the alternative timeline to compare it to, so it's tricky. Who knows? All it seems to have done, I mean, from what I can see, is just make traveling a bit more of a pain in the arse. I haven't seen an improvement to my quality of life. So, you know. What makes Noctua coolers so good? No, it's mainly the fans, but that's something I'm working on the channel, is trying to a video about I've got a bunch of Noctua fans that I've got in for a video. And I'm going to try and prove to people that they're a waste of time. You don't need, the thing is, like, there's no need to have the very best and latest technology for everything, like especially coolers. Like this Phantom Spirit is £35 and it will cool anything. All right, your Ryzen 9s might struggle a little bit, but who needs a Ryzen 9? Not that many people. So I don't really advise people get Noctua stuff. I mean, the innovation and the technology is good, but the value proposition is very poor. I could get a 5-pack of good Thermalright fans for the same price as one Noctua fan. And the acoustic profile isn't that different once you tune them. And if you like poo brown fans, then you'll like it. I mean, I've got the black ones, and they do actually look pretty nice, the black ones. So in fairness, they've addressed that a little bit. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can't use the EU lines anymore, and it sucks, man. I mean, it depends what time you go, doesn't it? Like, I haven't had many problems, but that's because I usually tend to get flights when there's not many other people around. But if you're flying for business purposes or just happen to be around at a time when it's busy, yeah, it's tough, man. You're in a huge line. You can't use the auto scan things. It's just a pain in the ass. Maybe I should see if there's any Irish in my family and just get a dual citizenship. Maybe that'll be easier. Ever built one of those shark cases? I don't know what you're talking about. Shark case. Interesting. I've heard of a brand called Sharkoon, if that's what you're talking about, but I've never really used the cases. They always looked a little bit chintzy and cheap. But if you mean a case shaped like a shark, then that's a new one on me. So, USB-C is usually somewhere around here. USB 3, which bit's that? USB 3 is up there as well. Oh, they exist. What, like a shark-shaped case? Yeah, no, you're having me on. What are you talking about? I don't believe you. You're trolling. You're 100% trolling. I'll look it up in a minute. I don't know if it will let you. I don't think it lets you post links. I'll have a look in a minute. I'm sure I'll be able to find it if you just tell me what it's called. But those kind of things, they're gimmicks, so I tend not to use those kind of things. Personally. Because like it's fun and all, and then you go to try and sell the PC and nobody wants it. Nvidia plans to cut production by 40% for consumers next year so they can focus on AI. I think that's a rumor. I don't know if that's true or confirmed, right? That's the rumor. I've heard the same rumor, but I don't know. Maybe they will. In fairness, if they're not going to release a super series or any new GPUs, there's probably not that many people buying them anyway. So the effect that it actually has on the market, who knows, right? We just don't know. So we can get worked up about it, or we can just see what happens. I mean, the GPUs are a good price now. So if you're looking for a GPU upgrade, it is not a bad time to get one. I know people say like, oh, they should have more VRAM, this, and this, and that is true. They should have more VRAM. But equally, like, I remember RTX 2060 when that was out, that was 300 quid. 3060 was 300 quid. Now 5060 is 250. So yeah. They'll be back. They'll be back because this will all stabilize eventually, and then they'll all be back. But I've been really impressed with the Radeon cards this generation. I don't normally like them, but this generation of Radeon cards, they've ironed out a lot of the problems that they used to have. So I give credit where it's due. Not normally a fan of them, but this generation has been good. They've sorted out a lot of the bugs. Although the 7800 XT was pretty good, but the rest of the 7000 series I didn't think much of. Oh, you've got a 3090. Well, you are good, mate. Oh, you have to downgrade to a 3060. Well, yeah, but that's okay. I mean, now that you've got upscaling, you can get away with that. That's quite a big downgrade though, 3090 to 3060. And I don't know how much 3060s go for. Is there not something else you could get that's slightly better value? I don't know. I honestly don't know. I don't look at the used market very much anymore. Yeah, exactly. Like, see, the majority of games that people play most of the time don't need a lot of VRAM, which is good. Particularly, like if you put everything on ultra, obviously the VRAM requirement will be higher. But most people play on medium or high, don't they? I think. I mean, I certainly don't play on ultra settings. Oh, you already have it. I see. Yeah, well, definitely. And you've got to look after the real life stuff before any of this gaming stuff. Like, this is all luxury. It's there to enhance your life, not run against it. So I think you're doing the right thing. All right, we're just plugging in some front panel at the moment. Oh, God. Come on, there we go. This is always so hard to, like, film. Yeah, it is hard. It is hard. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the compliment on the jumper band, Milo. Molto appreciato. I think we can improve that cable run a little bit. So we could put that through there instead. Does the case have a Q connect? Do you mean like, oh, you mean like a uni plug? No, it doesn't. Sometimes the motherboards come with them, but this one didn't. But thankfully, this case only has power LED and power button anyway, so it's pretty quick. And most of the time, if it's got HDD LED, I don't plug it in anyway because the blinking drives me mental. All right, and then case fans. One. And then two. And oh yeah, Overwatch, you could run that on anything. You don't need anything fancy for that. I just forgot to put the, where's the HD audio? There it is. Okay, GPU next. This, so it's not got a reinforced PCIe slot, so it will need an anti-sag. I'm just looking to see if the customer purchased one with the order. I don't think they did, so I'll just recommend them one to pick up, like a bar support. Oh, actually, no, the MSI Inspire comes with one, so we're sorted. Yeah, the GPU should really be the last component that you put in. Otherwise, you're like reaching around all the time, aren't you? Trying to get to little plugs underneath it. So definitely GPU goes in last, and then once the GPU's in, you just do cable management like we're going to do now. MSI Inspire. I like these. I think they're quite polarizing because of the color of the card. But in this case, particularly this Fractal North, it actually goes really well with the gold accents on the case. So it's going to work well. Oh, does this one not come? Oh, it doesn't come with one. So the 5070 version doesn't come with an anti-sag. That sucks. We could just give the customer. I've got some spares. Can you say water? Anyone can say water. You, me, anyone you like. Oh yeah, right. What connectors have we got in the back? So I'll take out one of the DPs. I'll take out one of the HDMIs. And I'll plug the motherboard ones with those, because otherwise the customer will try and plug it in up there. These are the ones we don't need. Oh, so much plastic. Ugh. Oh, that wasn't satisfying, was it? Ugh, so much plastic. That was well wrapped, wasn't it? Are A620 Mobos good? No, they are not good. I had to use one recently, and I didn't like it. Actually, no, I used two recently. I got some bundle deals from my supplier, but I'm not going to do it again. I just don't like them. They don't let you use PBO on the CPUs. The memory compatibility is mixed. So I would not recommend it. Just get the cheapest B650 or B850 and you'll be fine. You're much better off with those. I mean, this Gigabyte Eagle AX we're using was only £120. It does everything you need for any Ryzen CPU. You can still do base frequency boost on Intel CPUs. Most motherboards support that now. The ASRock's just made it easier to find. Okay, so it's in. Give it a little crunk. Yeah, Zulu's cred is a bare bones solution. It'll work. So, you know, if it's a difference between you getting the PC and not getting the PC, it'll be fine. But you might just run into issues with memory compatibility. You'll get probably maybe 5% less performance out of your CPU. And depending on what VRM it's got, it might not even be suitable for the CPU. Like Ryzen 5, it will work on any of them. But if you want to put a Ryzen 7 in there, if you've only got a little piddly three-phase VRM, you're going to be in trouble. I don't like the way this cable looks. Can I just shift this piece around? I guess I can't. Now these 12-volt 2x6, always give them a firm push in. So you hold the card so it doesn't slide around everywhere. Push, push, push. Get that 12-volt 2x6 in fully. You can't afford to not put that in fully. I've never had a 12-volt 2x6 cable melt. after doing hundreds of them. And that is because I always take the extra precaution to really fully plug them in. No GPU support bracket. There wasn't one included with this card, but we'll put in a bar support after. It needs it. It needs it. A lot of people buy the Lianli GB002, which like slots into the board. So it's like a motherboard mounted with a little shelf on it that holds it up. I really like those. Those are the ones I'd recommend to people. But the bar support works perfectly as well. But yes, a GPU SAG support of some kind is definitely going to be necessary for this build, I think. It just prevents damage over time. All right, let's manage some cables then. That's a long cable tie. I don't think I need one that long. Oh well, let's just run with it. This case is very easy to cable manage. Most of it's already done for you. Hope everyone's doing well today, by the way. Quite nice to have 36 viewers. That's fantastic. I will say, anyone that's new, that the giveaway, we've already done it. And Max won the DDR5. Sending that out to Austria early next week. All right, I think it looks pretty tasty and tidy. We can just tidy some of these up by keeping them folded in. Right, how's the front looking? Make sure that's pretty. Nice. Yeah, I'll give you a proper look over it in a minute. That all looks pretty sweet. I'm gonna do something sacrilegious and put the panel on now because I just have that much confidence that this is going to work. Easy. Easy. Yeah, this is like one of the most popular cases that we get through by quite a margin, actually. Well, I say quite a margin. This one and the Corsair 3000D are probably the most popular. Right, I just need that top panel. Where have I put it? Okay. I agree. Fractal cases are great, aren't they? Fractal do just Fractal and Fantex. They and to an extent, Lian Li, they just put out bangers, don't they? I think if I had to pick one, I would pick Fractal as my favourite, but Fantex are pretty close. Right, let's get a different angle. Because I will need to probably, actually I will have to do a BIOS update on this board, so we'll do that. You like the thocky, yeah, that's a good word for it actually. It's a pretty good description. So I'm just plugging these pips, these little dust covers from the graphics card into the motherboard slots. It just like discourages the customers from using the motherboard integrated graphics. Okay. Plug a little screen in. Right, everything appears to be plugged in. Yeah, all right. I'm just going to grab the other camera. Get it pointed in the right direction. There it is. Right, let's boot it. Oh, I need to plug the power in. That would help. That would help. Okay. Good. Power? Yes. We'll see. I've got a screen here, so hopefully it will all work. But this case is such a classic. Such a classic. Oh, thanks for stopping by. No, I don't have a Discord or a Twitter. It just adds another complication that I don't need. But if you just sub to the channel, it should get enough. Ferry says, so it's a faulty Motherboard issue. I doing a BIOS flashback. Beautiful, great work. It took a while figuring out what was wrong, but it's booting now. Success, amazing. Usually, yeah, it's like a compatibility problem that gets fixed by the BIOS update. Amazing. That's what a result. Love that. Love to hear it. Right, you can't see the screen, but it's booted. It's posted. I'm just going to get the BIOS update rolling. I mean, I have my own personal like Discord, but I don't see the point. Like, I wouldn't use it if I had 100k subscribers, 50k subscribers. It would be worth it, but I don't see what benefit it would currently have. That's all I'm saying. Okay. So I'll just go down to QFlash. Hopefully I've already got the BIOS that I need on here. B650 Eagle AX, perfect. I can't read file, it must be a different revision. Oh. All right then, you can have a little shot of my Aris. Look at that, what? Look at those toned glutes. I'll swap you over, save you the trouble. Oh, I'm just downloading the BIOS. So, B650 Eagle AX. So is this like a V2 or something? Let's see, what revision is it? You have to look on the box to find out. Ugh. So this is a Rev 1.1. What's for free sushi? This channel's all about free. God, this desk is chaotic. While the BIOS is updating, I will be tidying this up. Oh, I thought the top of the case was the front. It looks so. Oh, I can see what you mean. You think, yeah. I'll swap the camera view again in a minute. Yeah, I'm just want to get this BIOS update rolling, and then we're good. Okay. Alright, it's verifying the file, which is good. I like the gold accents though on the buttons. This is the kind of thing that Fractal does though, isn't it? They pay attention to the small details. Okay, right, let's swap you back so you can see the PC. Oh, that's not very aesthetic being there, is it? Let's just move that out of the way. It's classic. This will look good. Even in 10 years, this will look like a nice PC case, won't it? It's not. It's just so good, man. Oh, yeah, the Asus boards with the naming thing is tough. I mean, usually when you download it, it will have the BIOS renamer file. You just open that and it renames the file for you. That's normally how it works. All right, so that BIOS is now updating. So I'm just going to do a bit of tidying, keep everything a bit neater. And I always say, guys, don't forget, these caps for the CPU socket cover, you should always keep these and never throw them away. Just in case you need to sell the board, send it for RMA, it helps protect the pins. Oh, interesting. Yeah, usually when you download the BIOS, it comes with an archive, and then yeah, you're sorted. Right, so I need to put these into the Motherboard box. Move that out of the way. So the motherboard is Gigabyte, the GPU is MSI. You don't need to match the brands. I mean, if you really want to, you can. You know, you could use like an MSI B650 Gaming Plus Wi-Fi. It's got essentially the same spec as this Gigabyte board. Either would be acceptable. I tend not to do branded builds. I'm not like a brands guy. Like, I don't really align with any one particular brand. I mean, obviously recognize when brands do good work, but it's not like I go, well, I only use MSI or I only use this. That kind of thinking can get you in a bit of trouble. Yeah, no RGB. Some people don't want RGB. I don't want RGB in my computers, but I do RGB builds as well. All kinds, whatever the person wants. For me, I find all the lights like blinking away quite distracting. Solid colors, all right. In RX 5500 and 9100, it works fine. Yeah, nice. That's like a little cheeky budget combo. Don't mind it. That'll get you buying a bit of like 1080p esports. I can't fault that. Got the card from a company called Alsurix. Oh, it must be one of those AliExpress specials. Come to say hello, Bubba. Look who it is. It's Bobby. Say hello, Bubba. Oh, it doesn't have the smart fan. That is unfortunate, yeah. I mean, the zero fan thing is pretty cool, isn't it? Right, so the BIOS is updated, so I'll just very quickly finish tidying and then get Windows on, check the temps. And the guy paid for like some extra optimization, so I'll do that off stream because it's pretty boring for you guys to watch. So I think we've probably got like a little 10-minute spot left before we finish the stream up, guys. So if you do have any questions, anything that you need help with your PC builds, like, do let me know. What I am going to say is a little funny story for you. I bought this RAM, Crucial DDR5 32 gig, about 4 weeks ago, and Amazon finally delivered it yesterday. But I didn't realize it's CL48. So it's not very good for what I want to use in a gaming system. But it cost £190. So I don't know what to do with it, basically. I'm probably going to return it, but I'm going to say if anyone wants this kit in the UK for like £205 to cover the shipping, you can have it, but it is CL48, so it's slow RAM. It's going to be the equivalent of like DDR4. So, you know, if you want to buy this off me, like 200 quid in the UK, accepting that it's not great RAM, and you might be able to tune it, get it down to CL40, maybe, I don't know. But if you want it in the UK, please let me know before the end of the stream. Otherwise, I'm going to return it to Amazon. So it'd be like £200 if you want it. But only UK. I can't ship this anywhere except UK because of the VAT. So just let me know before the end of the stream. But it is slow RAM, so I'll understand if nobody wants it. I just thought I'd offer it because I'll return it and it'll be like 280 quid. So in case anyone wants it. See you, Philo. Thanks for joining us, my friend. Hope to see you again next time. Hope you have a nice Saturday. Okay, right. Let's we'll get Windows installed. We can see that, and then we'll call it. Right, so we are in the BIOS. Right, what can we do here? So I'm going to install Windows before messing with the BIOS because I want to have secure boot enabled for the customer. So what I'm going to do is back out, but plug in my Windows USB, which I created with Rufus. You can watch the channel if you want a tutorial for that. We've got one uploaded. And we'll just give it a bit of the old Windows sauce. Set the BIOS, quick temp check. I'll do a full stress test off stream because it just takes too long to do it on here. But yeah, looking good. I am a cat person. I am very much a cat person. I've got my good boy. That's all I need. My good boy and my computers. So isn't it, baby? Meow, meow, meow. You're hungry? Yeah, it sounds like you are. I'll get you some. I'll get you some in a minute. I'll get you some of what you want in a minute. Look who it is. It's a baby. Say hello, Baba. Who's that? Put you down now, good boy. It is, yeah. It's a Thermalright Phantom Spirit. We will do a full circle around the case again in a minute before we finish out the stream. But the Phantom Spirit cooler is very similar to the Peerless Assassin. In fact, it's almost identical. You got a 120mm liquid cooler. They still make those. The 240s are so cheap now. A lot of people are just going with liquid cooling because it's just good value. Like you can get a Thermalright frozen knot for like 240mm. Yeah, I mean, but the thing is, the Thermalright liquid coolers are also good and also cheap, so you can go either way. For me, whether you get an air cooler or a liquid cooler, it's mainly down to looks. Oh, CH170 case. Oh yeah, but those CH cases look so good with an air cooler, in my opinion. A big fat air cooler in the middle. Like we did the CH260 build on the channel, and I think that's actually one of my favorite builds I've ever done in terms of how it looks. Like just like black, big air cooler, industrial kind of vibe. Oh, every time I install Windows, I feel like it takes longer and longer every time. Oh, they actually got the LEDs to the LCD to work in Linux. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah. What can I do for you, Bobby? Because I'm streaming, my good boy. I'll give you some food in a minute. I'm nearly done. He's mithering. He wants his wet food, don't you, good boy? Do we give Bobby some treats on stream? I'm gonna put a poll. Fastest recovery you've ever managed? What do you mean by recovery? Oh, you mean like a data recovery? Oh, Windows 10 recovery. I don't tend to recover it now. Like, all I do is I say if somebody comes in needing that kind of repair, I just say, listen, just tell me what data you need off it, and I'm just going to nuke it and start again with a clean Windows with a local account. And then you're not going to have any of this rubbish with Microsoft anymore. And then people are usually pretty appreciative of that. So I don't know. Yeah, the idea of reinstalling Windows, keeping your data, I think that just needs to go. Because Windows just doesn't have that capability. It's not written well enough, unfortunately, for that to be realistic. What's going on with this? Is it? I think it's rebooted, isn't it? Yeah, it's rebooted. Yeah, Windows backup has just never been that good. All right, so looks like we're in, which is good. And a lot of people don't know that in the installation environment, you can actually install your drivers here. I mean, normally, like, you don't need to, but you can if you want. But what I'll do instead is, because this is going to a customer anyway, I'll just put it in now. Just do it the normal way. Is that my network names? Enormous Chungus, Guest Chungus. Rolling it back. So if I really need to do that copy of Windows installation, I use Mini Tool Partition Wizard, and it's really good. In fairness, it is really good. And you can boot it from a bootable USB, which helps a lot. Yeah, well, Zulu's right. So they're focusing a lot on trying to like really streamline like Windows, trying to make it super like user friendly. But the problem is for people that actually know how to use a computer, it hides away options that you need. It rearranges things in a way that is completely illogical, and it makes you go through loads of hoops so that they can advertise to you. So I do absolutely agree with all of the discontent. The difficulty is there is no viable alternative. Yeah, you talk to me about Linux when you can play kernel level anti-cheat games on it, because you can't. When I can run DaVinci Resolve at the same performance on Windows as then on Linux, then I'll go to Linux. But it doesn't work yet, so I'm not going to do it. It's just no point. When those things are fixed, those are the main things stopping me from going to Linux. The fact that I can't edit my videos to use Photoshop and everything like that to the same quality, and the fact that I can't play games that have kernel level anti-cheat. Okay, we are in. So we'll just install a few drivers, get the secure boot done, and then we're away. So we need AMD chipset software. Well, that's loading. I'll copy the NVIDIA driver over. One of the other good things about not having RGB is not having to install RGB software as well. That's really nice. Yeah, see who's on it. Yeah, exactly. So if things don't work, then we're not going to go to Linux, are we? I'm sure. I think the vast majority of games will work fine on Bazite, but the problem is the games that I like to play, like Battlefield 6, they're not going to work. So it's a non-starter at the moment for me. And in fact, I think the performance in a lot of the compatible games, from what I've heard, tends to be better. I haven't tested it myself, but I've heard it is better. Presumably because there's not a load of telemetry going on in the background with Windows. We don't want more salt. I've already swallowed a big heaping gulp of your salt already. I don't need any more. You're going to dehydrate us? We're going to have nothing left. You have 4 systems. I mean, you could just dual boot it, couldn't you? Unless that's what you already mean. The reason I install Windows like with the offline local account is that the main reason, one is the fact that you don't have to sign in with a Microsoft account and deal with that shit. But you can also just install your drivers and not have it conflict or have problems. This just makes it extra clean. So I always recommend an offline local account installation. Microsoft deletes partitions, does it? That is really cheeky. What the hell? Right. Well, the last thing I'm gonna leave this go for a minute, obviously. But the last thing I want to say is, if anyone does want this DDR5 for £200 in the UK, 32 gigs, please let me know in the stream chat before the end, because otherwise I'm sending it back to Amazon because it's CL48, and that CL48 is not going to be very useful to me. I didn't actually realise that's what it was. So if anyone wants it, maybe you're a content creator. Rather than a gamer or just occasionally game, you don't need the fast RAM, then this could be a good pickup. Otherwise, it's going back to Amazon. So if you're UK based, please just let me know before the end of the stream. I mean, I think they mean that I think he means, I'm guessing, that Microsoft deletes the Linux partitions. I mean, that's my understanding of what he said. Yeah. I've heard something similar, but I don't know how true it is. I don't, because I've not used Linux. It wouldn't delete its own partition. So little BIOS setup next. What was the point in placing the start button in the middle of the taskbar? To make it look more like Mac, I think. You can change that really easily. We'll see the temps. We'll do the BIOS. We'll run the temps. Just a quick blast. That's all we need. It's taking a while training this memory. Come on. What light is that stuck on? It's on VGA. It's probably a problem with the screen. Just give it another try. Oh, I didn't click the delete quick enough. It booted too fast this time. Yeah, NVMe prices are going up big time. I reckon it will settle at around 100 to 120 pounds for a 1 terabyte. So probably a good time to grab some storage if you need it. What should we do first? I think secure boot should be the first thing we check. Secure boot is enabled and active. Perfect. So we will put the Expo profile on. Expo 1. We could do a little bit of tweaking while we're here, can't we? So let's go to advanced CPU set. Oh, I need AMD overclocking is what I'm looking for. PBO, there it is. PBO advanced, PBO limits motherboard, scaler to 2x, CPU boost clock override disabled, platform thermal throttle control. We'll leave that, but when I set it up for the customer, I will have it at 78 degrees C. Curve optimizer all cores negative -20. If this isn't stable, you can change it to like -10 or -15. That should be everything there. And we just need to do the fans. Try and keep this thing running nice and quiet. I think I'll check that the resize bar is enabled, but it should be by all AM5 motherboards should have it on by default. But I'll check. Resize, yeah. So they should all AM5 boards, especially when BIOS updated, they should all have resize bar on by default, which this one is. So yeah, it depends on the drive that you're looking for the NVMe's. The ones with the DRAM chips on them will probably be more expensive, but you can still get HMB ones for like £90 here. So it's not a great price because it's almost double, but what it used to be. But it's not anywhere near the RAM in terms of the issue, so not too bad. All right, what have we got? We've got benchmarks here. Just to check those temps. Put the Prime 95 on. Oh, I can hear it. I can hear it whipping up now. $85C, you think? You're probably right. It will probably end up around there. I think this was a 7800X3D, wasn't it? So this will probably top out at around 82, I reckon, without any thermal limits on it. That's my guess. Because the 7800 X3Ds don't pull quite like the 9800 X3Ds do. There's like a 10 to 20 watt difference, so I think that's where we'll end up at around 80 anyway. But I like to set the thermal limit to like 78 because we've already got the curve optimizer on. The chance of you going over 78 in gaming is basically none, and it will keep the noise levels down. So it's a really nice little compromise. Just waiting for that power draw to creep up a little bit. Takes a few minutes with the Prime 95. GPU is absolutely chilling. 62 degrees. I suppose we can give you a little treat, Bob, in the meantime. Is that what you want, baby? All right, good boy. Okay, baby Chino. All right. There he is. All right, Bob, just a sec. Just a sec. Come on, the people want to see your beautiful face. There you go, Candy Baba. Oh, what a good boy. Oh, he's purring big time. Good boy. You good baby. You good boy. All right, I'm going to swing you around. Back to the temps. Back to work. He's really purring now. Good boy. Good boy. Looking good so far, boys. Cooler is doing the business. The thing is, if you put a 9800X3D in there, you would have higher temperatures. The 9800X3D, even with a 360 mil cooler, liquid cooler, you're going to be hitting like 88, 90. it just boosts and boosts forever. That thing, they like rinse the guts out of it to get the performance up. So this is OCCT. So I'm using this to stress the GPU and just to monitor the CPU, and then I've got the Prime 95 Classic going on in the bottom there for the CPU stress. Because if you're going to test the temps of your system, you should really be testing all of the temps together, because that's going to tell you what the heat is in the system when everything is stressed. If you just check CPU and then check GPU separately, like what good information are you going to get from that? What happens if you only have your GPU loaded? But is that realistic? Not a good torture test, IMO. Let's see. Sometimes it takes a little time to heat soak, so give it a minute, another minute or so. Prime 95 is classic. It is classic. It's just the other thing with the Prime 95, it's not really reflected in the memory thing here, but it does stress the memory as well. Like I've had memory errors only come up through Prime 95, so it's a classic. I just find this is a simple, you know, there's many ways that you can test your PC, and as long as they load, like this is loaded to 100%, as long as everything's loaded, you know, it doesn't matter. Like, yeah, maybe I put Furmark on this, maybe it rinses the GPU a little bit more, but in reality, does that matter? Like, all I'm looking for here is to know that my system is stable, everything's working, and it's not going too hot. I'm not like chasing the lowest numbers. All I want is stability and sensible numbers. I don't really care about having it as low as possible. So as much as we look at the temperatures, this is more just to make sure that the system, like the power supply, the motherboard, everything can handle being absolutely rinsed. I'm sure if I could run another test that would get me up to 110 watts on that CPU, but you know, gaming PC, are you going to be drawing more than 90 watts on your CPU? Probably not. Maybe Battlefield 6 might draw 100. Not that much different. So it's going to be fine. And that GPU is like, it's such a good cooler. For a 5070, that Inspire cooler is really good. Like 62, that's pretty impressive. You've got to remember, what's the goal of what you're doing? Does having a lower number on your CPU temperature like make your life any better? No. As long as it's reasonable, then it's fine. Do you know what? I do like MSI as well. But I don't have loads of MSI stuff on my own computer. I just get what's best value at the time. But if somebody said to me, like, okay, I want to buy a bunch of components like motherboard, basically motherboard and GPU, what would you recommend that's always going to work? I would say MSI, because it is just really reliable. Even from the AM4 days up until now, they're rock solid, everything they make. So I can't complain. I don't use very much Asus. I do like Asus GPU, but they're usually too expensive, and I don't like their motherboards. Yeah. I just like that this test has been around for a long time and it just still works. It's just a classic. I mean, we can probably load the CPU a bit more by trying out we go CPU and just see what this does for us. We'll run them both and see what happens. I reckon that'll push us up to 85. Because it will probably push the wattage higher, I'm guessing. But it might not. If anything, it's... well, Well, it's putting a variable load on it. That's the problem. So actually the Prime 95 is more stressful. Maybe I should do Limpack. Either way, this is very... I'll tell you what, let's do steady load. Time for bed. Definitely, if it's that time, that's way too late. Yeah, get yourself some sleep, boy. You just... It's the end of the stream now anyway, so... This is totally stable as. Nice. The fans are ramping up, so I'll tune those fans a bit more later. Get the noise level down a little bit. But it's not like, it's not loud, it's just, you know, just a bit of tuning. All right, well, I'm going to be gone in 5 minutes, so it works out perfectly. Right, excuse me, Bobby. I'll show everyone the computer. So we'll just do one last sweep over the case in case people haven't seen it yet. And then we're done. Then just finish this one, the Fractal North. Very nice, very nice, very nice. Classic. Absolute classic. Show the inside as well. So I think, as much as this can sometimes look a bit jarring with like the champagne coloured thing, like when you put it into like context of the rest of the case, I think it works. And we saw that the cooling was pretty damn good. I'm just untangling this so that we can see it. Taking you on a magical mystery tour. So you got like the gold accents along the top, the wood, and then you got like sort of coffee coloured thing, like or champagne coloured thing. So for me, this works, but I do appreciate it might not be for everybody. You might just prefer a plain black. But it looks nice. I think the air cooler in the Fractal North is really the way to go. That's the way you're going to make this look the nicest. IMO. IMO. Okay. So, does anybody have any last words before we end the stream? Because I think I'm going to call it a day there. Because I've got to tidy place up. Playing paddle later, and getting a cheeky Nando's in with the boys. Whoa. Yeah, I like this table. It's the IKEA Skogstar. Served me very well. I've got like a little warehousey type room in this house. I've got a standing desk in there, but it's like it's a little bit like smaller than this desk, so it's quite hard to do a full stream on it. I might try next time. All right, guys. So thanks for joining. Obviously, Max's phone's run out of battery, but he did win the giveaway, which is cool. So we'll get that sent out to him next week. And thank you for joining, everybody. You know, we've had good 20 viewers the whole stream. Really enjoyed having everybody here. I know lots of people just like have this on in the background while they're doing other things, and that's exactly how I interact with a stream. So appreciate everybody being here, and see you soon. There will be a video going live on the channel in about 5 minutes time, I think. It might even be live now. So if you want to, you can go and check that out. Let's see, when's that going live? Yeah, that will be live any second, actually. So if you want to go and see a little experiment where we tried to create a steam machine using current hardware, then go and check out the video. It's going to go live on the channel literally in the next 2 minutes. So go and check that out if you want. Subscribe if you haven't already, if you want to see more of these streams, and won't waste any more of your time. Hope everyone's had a great day. Get to sleep or get up and get it, depending on what time it is, and I'll catch you later. Bye-bye.